Ladies and gentlemen, we are recording a broadcast. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome and welcome to today, March 24th, the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. I'd like to first and foremost welcome our newest member, and that is Julie Lee, who was just appointed, and also the reappointment of Judge Damrell. Welcome to both of you. If you'll just entertain me for just a second, I'd like to give a little bit of quick background on Julie to properly welcome her into our council. Julie Lee is of Auburn. She has served as Undersecretary of the California Government Operations Agency, where she also served as chair of the California Building Standards Commission. She has also served in several positions in the office of Governor Jerry Brown, including Director of Operations, Reorganizational Specialist, and Project Manager of the Governor's Reorganization Plan at the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. She has also held positions at the California Department of Transportation, Department of Personnel Administration, the California Highway Patrol, and the Department of Corrections. Julie, I personally would like to say thank you for joining us and welcome and congratulations on your new appointment. And to Judge Damrell, great to have you reappointed. We so welcome you back. Your expertise and background, again, are a tremendous asset to this council. Would either one of you like to say anything?
Hi, this is Maria. I would like to congratulate and tell that, yes, first of all, you know, with the judge, we have worked already over the years, and he is truly an asset. And I always look up to how he thinks and how he resolves issues. And then, of course, welcome to Julie Lee. We all read your resume and your background ahead of time, and welcome, and looking forward to working with you.
Excellent. If there are no comments.
Yes, congratulations, Judge. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, Judge, thank you for your readiness to continue to serve. And Julie, welcome. I've had the honor of witnessing Julie's work in other past lives, and I'm just really excited to know that the organizational strengths and work ethic and leadership skills you've demonstrated over and over come to the council. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for that gracious welcome. I'm beyond words excited to be here and really looking forward to serving on the council and getting to know all of you. So thank you so much.
Excellent.
Virginia, this is Supervisor Tolle. Just welcome Julie, and certainly congratulations to Judge Damrell. He and I served early in his appointment more than a decade ago, and I was just leaving the council at that time around. And at any rate, I've had a chance to work with him, and certainly look forward to continue to work with him, and certainly with Julie as well. So congratulations to both. Morning.
Likewise from me as well. Congratulations, Judge Damrell. It's great to keep working with you. And to Julie, you've won me over already with the Starship Enterprise over your shoulder. So excited to work with you.
Excellent. Well, now that we've been properly introduced or reintroduced, let's establish a quorum with a roll call. And we'll start with Damrell.
Damrell here.
Sorry. Lee.
Here.
Moranian.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Zingali.
Here.
Bedueno here. At this time, if the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please send an email blue card to the clerk at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. I don't see it on the screen, but again, that's engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, the clerk will unmute you so that you can speak. At this time, we are going into closed session. Litigation Water Code 85210 We expect to come back from closed session at approximately 10 a.m. And council members, I hope that you all have the login information. If not, please contact staff. And again, this time we're going to go ahead and pause and go into closed session. Vera, are you still there? Vera, are you there? Jessica?
I'm here.
I have a quick question. Am I to read the item for the record?
You mean the description of the closed session?
Correct.
I think, no, what you said was fine.
Okay, so.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so
So I'm gonna sign off and then
we're gonna call this number. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
AGP, can we get a slide up to let people know that we're in closed session, please?
Oh, absolutely. One moment, please.
And I'll be in closed session, so I won't be back, but the court reporter should be coming on at 9:30 if you can do a sound check with her.
Excellent. We'll be ready.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Can
ladies
we
and gentlemen, we
start?
are recording and
Bob, I'm
broadcasting.
looking for a cue from you, letting me know we're ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are recording and broadcasting. The floor is yours.
Bob, I don't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me by any chance?
S12, can you hear us?
I just need a signal to let me know we're good.
All right.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear
Okay.
you.
Don, you said something, but I didn't hear you either.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
Your volume, well, let's see. I'll message her about her volume.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we're finally getting in. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. It is now 10:01 and we will commence our meeting. There is nothing to report out of closed session. At this time, I again want to welcome our newest council member, Julie Lee, and re-welcome our reappointed council member, Judge Damrell. And before we go on, I actually want to take just a couple of minutes to thank our past chair, who is no longer with us, Susan Tatayan. Susan had just an amazing record of service. And so I want to acknowledge and thank her and publicly share with many of you a little bit about her background, because she will sorely be missed. Again, she served as our latest chair, or last chair, of the Delta Stewardship Council. And over the course of her 35-year career in water resource management, she worked for agencies such as the Nature Conservancy. She worked for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. She worked for the California Department of Water Resources. At the Nature Conservancy, it's noted that she worked with non-governmental organizations and natural resources agencies to design, advocate, and implement policies to conserve biodiversity. During her time at a multinational consulting firm, her responsibilities included advising clients about multi-agency collaborative problem solving. At the Bureau, she served as a special assistant to the Bureau's Mid-Pacific Regional Director, and at the Department of Water Resources, she worked as a special assistant to the Chief Deputy Director. She was also elected to the Floodplain Management Association Board. She co-chaired the California Water Plan Update Advisories Committee. She served for the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And in 2007, she was on the Governor's Blue Ribbon Task Force for Sustainable Management of the Delta. Again, Susan is going to be sorely missed. Susan, if you're watching, just want you to know that we, again, so appreciate your dedicated time and service to this organization. And again, we wish you well in your new chapter, your new endeavors. Enjoy your grandbabies, enjoy your family, and enjoy your time off. Again, I just wanted to make sure that we publicly thanked Susan. And again, welcome Julie and Judge Damrell, and we'll now call roll call. Judge Damrell.
Damrell,
Julie Lee.
Here.
Maria Moranian.
Here.
Don Natoli.
Here.
Daniel Zingali. Christy Smith.
Here.
Great. If any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any item during today's meeting, please send an email, blue card, to the clerk at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And we will make sure that the clerk will unmute you so that you can address this board. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Items for the consent calendar. Again, are there any items that need to be removed from the consent calendar, or I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as stated.
Move approval of consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, moved by Maria Moranian, second by Christy Smith. All in, oh, sorry, I'm not where I can do all. We will actually do roll call again. We'll start with Judge Damrell.
Damrell here. Aye.
Julie Lee.
I vote in favor.
Maria Moranian.
Aye.
Donna Toley,
Aye.
Christy Smith,
Aye.
Daniel Zingali.
Aye.
Great. Moving on. Are there any public comments on the consent calendar?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there are not.
Perfect, thank you. And we've already taken the vote, so we will now adopt the February 24th, 2022 meeting summary. Beck, are there any public comments?
No, Madam Chair, there are not.
Vice Chairman, this is Member Natoli. I thought the last motion was the consent calendar just constituted one item. So that was the item, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe we did something different there, but I was following the agenda. I think we just did that.
So truly noted, and yes, my bad. Thank you.
No, not bad. I just, again, we could vote it again. I think you'd probably get the same result.
It was in.
Thank you. You need to keep us in check, keep me in check.
No, you're doing fine, Virginia.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no public comment, we are now going to start on the public hearing regarding the appeals of the revised certification of consistency number C202110 for the Lookout Slew Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project, and consideration and possible dismissal of issues on appeal. And again, this is an action item. So give me just a second and we will actually start the official hearing. Again, I want to introduce myself, and again, good morning to all of you. I am acting as Vice Chair for the Delta Stewardship Council, and this is the time and place for the public hearing to receive oral presentations and or written statements on the appeals of the revised certification of consistency number C202110 for the Department of Water Resources Lookout Slew Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project, which for the convenience may be referred to throughout this hearing as the Lookout Slew Project. The department first submitted certification of consistency number 202105 for this covered action to the council on February 22nd, 2021. That certification was appealed by 4 parties. Following a public hearing on March 25th and 26th, 2021, the council adopted findings in a determination dated July 16th, 2021, remanding the matter in part to the department for reconsideration on certain issues appealed under the Delta Policies Plan GP1, B3, and DP-P2 related to recreation, and denying or dismissing the appeals on all other issues. The department submitted revised certification of consistency number C202110 on December 30th, 2021. To address the council's findings on the previous certification and appeals, this revised certification has been appealed by 2 parties, Solano County Water Agency and Liberty Island Access. A detailed notice of today's hearing was publicly issued on February 17th, 2022. An agenda for the hearing can be found in the meeting notice, which was posted on March 14th, 2022. Let the record reflect that it is now 10:09 on Thursday, March 24th, 2022. This hearing will be conducted entirely remotely via CalSpan and Zoom. There will not be a public in-person access location. Today, we will have a staff presentation followed by presentations from the parties to the appeal. We will hear first from the appellants, Solano County Water Agency and Liberty Island Access, followed by the Department of Water Resources. Each appellant will be allowed 30 minutes for oral presentation. The Department of Water Resources will be allowed a total of 60 minutes for oral presentation. All other persons wishing to address the council will be allowed a total of 3 minutes per person. Following the hearing, the council may take action to dismiss appeal issues in accordance with our administrative procedures governing appeal sections 9 and 15C, and to direct staff to prepare findings for the council's consideration on remaining issues. Before we begin, the council's legal advisor, Vera Bezdacek, will remind the council on our ex parte restriction and answer any questions about its scope. Vera.
Thank you, Virginia. Good morning. The council's administrative procedures regarding appeals require that I remind the council of the ex parte communication restriction at this meeting. The ex parte communication restriction is a requirement of California's Administrative Procedure Act and the council's appeals procedures. It prohibits any communication, direct or indirect, regarding any issue in the proceeding to the council or council members from an employee or representative of an agency that is a party or from an interested person outside the agency without notice and opportunity for all parties to participate in the communication. What that means here is council members and council staff cannot and should not communicate about or discuss the lookout slew or the council's appeal proceeding with any person outside of the council. The only exception is communications regarding the administrative or procedural status of the proceedings. We have established a special email address to receive those types of communications, and the email address is lookoutsloughproject@deltacouncil.ca.gov. I will spell that out. LOOKOUTSLOUGHPROJECT@deltacouncil.ca.gov. I strongly recommend that if you find yourself anywhere that lookout slew and or the council's appeals proceedings become a topic of conversation, you excuse yourself from the meeting immediately by explaining you're under an ex parte communication prohibition and cannot discuss or hear any extra record information about the project. If you receive a request from someone other than a council employee to discuss the lookout slew or the council's appeal proceedings, please decline that request and make Executive Officer Jessica Pearson and me aware of that request so that we can handle it appropriately. Any ex parte communications will be shared with the parties via our service list and will be posted to the Council Lookout Slew Restoration Project website as well. I am happy to answer any questions on the scope of the restriction at this time.
Thank you, Vera. Are there any questions of Vera? Seeing none, I'll now ask council staff members Jeff Henderson and Dan Constable to provide a brief staff report for this item. Following the staff report, we'll provide additional information regarding how the parties and public may address the council on this item. Jeff, Dan?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. May we have the presentation, please? Good morning, council members and all participants in this matter. I'm very pleased to be here to conduct the public hearing regarding appeals of the revised certification of consistency for the Lookout Slew project, known internally here as Project Certification C 2021-10. Next slide. Our overview presentation this morning will present a very general description of the covered action that is before the council for consideration of a revised certification of consistency. We'll talk a little about the council's covered action authority that underlies the action that we may be taking today and at a future meeting concerning this matter. We'll discuss the certification received and the appeals that have been filed of that certification, and then provide a summary of our staff recommendation to the council today. With the next slide, I'll transfer to Dan Constable, who will provide our update regarding the covered action description and appeals.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, council members. I'm going to give a quick overview of the covered action appeals. So first off, for the covered action, the lead agency is the Department of Water Resources, which we may also refer to as the Department or DWR. According to the department, this action is intended to provide habitat and food availability for wetland-dependent species, intended to increase flood storage and conveyance, increase the resilience of levees and reduce flood risk, and is necessary to partially fulfill requirements under the 2008 Fish and Wildlife Service Biological Opinion, 2009 National Marine Fisheries Service Biological Opinion, and the 2020 Long-Term Operations Incidental Take Permit. There was a staff report that accompanied the materials submitted to you ahead of this meeting. And as noted in that report, this covered action was previously submitted to the council as part of certification C 2021-5. So just to re-emphasize that this is a recertification for a previous covered action that we saw. And the description that we're providing in the maps shown here today are similar or identical because the department certified that there's been no change to the covered action. Next slide, please. Just zooming into the site a little to look at the maps here. Some of the project-specific features include a new setback levee that would be constructed to the east of Duck Slough and the south of Liberty Island Road. Multiple breaches at Shag Slough Levee and Vogel Levee. So that's along the right on your screen there. And the Cash Slough Haas Slough levee would be undergo a series of improvements, remain in place, and function as a training levee to maintain stage difference between the proposed project site and Cash and Haas Sloughs to the northwest there. Next slide, please. So from our perspective, what this is involving from the council's role is that this comes from the Delta Reform Act. The Delta Reform Act of 2009 established the co-equal goals, and that is to provide a more reliable water supply for California and protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. And the co-equal goals also need to be achieved in a manner that protects, enhances unique cultural, recreational, natural resources, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. The Reform Act specifically charges the council to implement the Delta Plan, and that includes in part a process that sometimes referred to as a covered actions process, which we are going over today. The Delta Plan also includes 17 regulatory policies adopted to meet objectives in the legislature, and that was set inherent in the co-equal goals. We'll talk a little bit more about the specific ones that may be invoked by this project a little bit. Just to note that an agency carrying out, approving, or funding a covered action in Delta must demonstrate the covered action's consistency with Delta Plan regulatory policies when it carries out, approves, or funds covered action. So in this case, again, the lead agency undertaking that process is DWR. Next slide, please. So again, just give a little more detail on the certifications and appeals process. So for a certification of consistency, an agency demonstrates consistency with the Delta Plan by submitting to the council a written certification of consistency with detailed findings as to whether its covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan. For appeals, any person who claims a covered action is inconsistent with the Delta Plan may file an appeal within 30 days. Appeal must include specific factual allegations. And there is a set of appeals procedures that guide and provide additional guidance on that. That's posted on the website down below. Next slide, please. So what staff are looking at and the council needs to look at as part of this process is known as a substantial evidence standard. And that's what we use for our standard of review. This includes the scope of the council review is whether the certification is supported by substantial evidence in the record, and that's defined in Water Code 85225.25. The council does not independently review the covered action to determine if it is consistent with the Delta Plan. The council does determine if substantial evidence in the record supports the department certification that the covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan in light of appeals. Next slide, please. So as Vice Chair Virginia Madueño noted that this is a revised certification. This was submitted on December 30th of last year, 2021. It is a follow-on to a certification that was appealed, C 2021-5, that was also submitted in 2021-5. For this revised certification, the department has certified they are consistent with two policies, that's GP1B3, best available science, and DPP2, respect local land use. For the remaining policies shown under the not applicable column here, the department has noted in their certification that they were not applicable because under the previous certification, C 2021-5, they were either not remanded by the council, they were not appealed this time, and they remain not applicable because there had been no change to the project. And you're going to hear more today from the department about their findings for this revised certification. Next slide, please. So a little certification history. So as Virginia again noted, the prior certification was submitted for C 2021-5. That was submitted in February 2021. That was appealed by 4 parties. 2 of those parties have again appealed this revised certification. But for context, the 4 parties that appealed before included Liberty Island Access, Solano County Water Agency, Reclamation Districts 2060 and 2068, and the Central Delta Water Agency. The council issued a determination regarding that certification of consistency in appeals on July 16th, 2021, and it remanded in part on specific issues under 2 of the policies, GP1B3 and DPP2. All of the other appeal issues were denied or dismissed for various reasons. In light of this, the department submitted a revised certification, that's C 2021-10, the project that we're discussing today. That was submitted on December 30th, 2021. The revised certification was focused on the issues that the council remanded specifically to the department. And again, this has been appealed by 2 parties or 2 appellants, Solano County Water Agency or SCWA and Liberty Island Access or LIA. Those 2 appeals were consolidated and deemed filed on January 31st of this year. You'll hear more from the appellants during today's public hearing regarding aspects of their appeal. Next slide, please. As a little bit more context on what was previously remanded in the council July 16th, 2021 determination on the prior certification, the council remanded or I should say, the department certification of consistency with respect to the following was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. These were the 2 items that were remanded in part. First was again GP1B3, best available science, and specifically as it related to the issue of methods to estimate recreational use. It relates to the best available science criterion of inclusiveness. And the second policy, DPP2, respect local land use when citing water or flood facilities or restoration habitats, as it refers specifically to the following issues that are written there on the slide, which include recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, Slew Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve do not constitute existing uses, that the covered action would not conflict with existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, and lastly, that the department avoided or reduced conflicts with existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and LIER when citing the Lookout Slew project. So next, Jeff is going to provide an overview of the appeals received and a quick overview of the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Dan. So the appeals that we've received contend that the Department of Water Resources failed to demonstrate substantial evidence within the record to support consistency with aspects of the 4 Delta Plan policies identified on the screen. GP1B2 mitigation measures, GP1B4 adaptive management, ERP5 avoiding introductions of and habitat for invasive non-native species, and DPP2 respect local land use when citing water or flood facilities or restoring habitats. As you'll see within the slide, SCWA has appealed under all 4 of those policies. LIA has appealed under GP1B2 mitigation measures, and DPP2 respect local land use. And as a reminder, only GP1B3 best available science and DPP2 were remanded by the council as part of the prior certification and appeals process. And it's worth noting that GP1B3 best available science was not specifically appealed by either party as part of revised certification C 2021-10. Next slide, please. So a bit on the timeline, some of these items we have covered to this point. On December 30th of 2021, we received the certification of consistency that was submitted by the Department of Water Resources. On January 31, 2022, we deemed 2 appeals filed related to that certification of consistency. On February 17th, the council published the notice for today's hearing. In the interim, the parties have provided written statements to support their comments at today's hearing. And within 60 days of today's hearing, the council is obligated to make a decision pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25 to either deny the appeals, allowing the covered action to proceed, or remanding the matter to the department for reconsideration of specific issues or policies. Staff is planning to release draft findings for public review prior to council consideration of the decision to deny the appeals or remand the matter at a future publicly noticed hearing. And in addition, staff is recommending that the council take action today to dismiss a subset of issues that have been raised on appeal. And we'll talk a little about the rationale for that in a moment. Next slide, please. So it's worth noting that Water Code section 85225.20 and our appeals procedures paragraph 13B provide that an appeal should be heard by the council within 60 days of the date of filing the appeal, unless the council, or by delegation, its executive officer, determines the issue raised on appeal is not within the council's jurisdiction or does not raise an appealable issue. And there are a number of issues raised in these appeals where staff is now recommending that the council dismiss appeal issues because they were previously denied in the council's 2021 determination on the previous matter C-2021-5. And therefore, these appeals do not raise an appealable issue at this time because they were previously appealed and denied, given that appellants failed to show show that there was not substantial evidence in the record to support the department's certification of the previous certification of consistency, and there has been no change to the project as defined by the department. Next slide, please. So for the 4 policies that have been appealed, staff are recommending that the council dismiss all appeal issues with the exception of LIA's appeal of policy DPP2 with regard to conflicts with existing recreational uses. The specifics concerning these recommendations are detailed in an attachment to the staff report describing findings to support dismissal of appeals that were provided as part of the meeting packet. However, at a high level, the recommendation is due to no changes to the project certified by the department, a policy having not been remanded by the council, and no substantial evidence cited in the record to support an appeal issue. And as noted in the staff report, we are again requesting the council take action on the staff recommendation to dismiss select appeal issues and those identified in the attached document for potential dismissal. And for the record, I'll briefly summarize the basis for these recommendations. It should be noted that it is staff's recommendation today that LIA's appeal of DPP2 be considered in a determination by the council to be prepared following today's hearing. Next slide, please. So the first of the policies that we're recommending for dismissal is GP1B2 mitigation measures. This is our requirement that projects include all applicable feasible Delta Plan mitigation measures or substitute measures that are equally or more effective within a covered action that's subject to CEQA. In the previous certification, or I'm sorry, the revised certification 2021-10, the department identifies this policy as not applicable because it was not remanded by the council. Policy has been appealed, issues within the policy have been appealed by both parties. The council previously denied appeals related to these matters, and our staff recommendation is therefore to dismiss these appeals. And the key findings that support that are that the mitigation measures that have been appealed by SCWA related to mitigation measure 4-1 and by LIA related to mitigation measures 18-1 and 18-2 are not applicable. And new information and approach regarding recreational access has been outlined in the certification and addressed in the appeal, but essentially aligns the same scope of the issue that was previously denied. And relevant portions of the record, including importantly, the department's EIR conclusion of a less than significant impact to recreation, remain the same within the record. For that reason, there's and there has been no change to the project. So for these reasons, our staff recommendation is to dismiss appeals related to GP1B2. Next slide, please. The second of the 4 policies is GP1B4, adaptive management. This is our requirement that an adaptive management plan that meets specific standards outlined in the Delta Plan be provided as a part of all covered actions. In its revised certification, the department identified this policy as not applicable because it was not remanded. It has been appealed by Solano County Water Agency. The council previously denied appeals, including from Solano County Water Agency related to this policy in the previous determination. Our staff recommendation, therefore, is to dismiss the appeal. And the key findings that support that are no new information is provided in either the certification or the record or the appeals. It's the same scope of the issue that was previously denied, and in fact, in this case, an identical issue that was raised previously by SCWA and denied by the council. And there's been no change to the project. Next slide, please. The third of the 4 policies is ERP5, invasive non-native species. This is our requirement that covered actions consider, avoid, and mitigate the potential for introductions of improved habitat conditions for invasive non-native species. In its revised certification, the department identifies this policy as not applicable because it was not remanded. It was appealed again by SCWA. In our previous determination, the council determined that ERP5 applies to the project and denied appeals that were raised by the various parties. In this instance, our recommendation at this time is to dismiss SCWA's appeal of ERP5. There is some new information introduced regarding dissolved oxygen and some material submitted by SCWA describing a recent fish kill on Puda Creek due to high levels of dissolved oxygen that SCWA attributes to restoration projects upstream. However, this new information regarding dissolved oxygen falls within the same scope of the appeal issue that was previously denied on an issue that was raised by the reclamation districts in the previous appeal. Those appeals were consolidated and there's been no change to the project. So for these reasons, staff recommends dismissal of the ERP5 appeal. Next slide, please. And the last of the 4 policies for consideration for potential dismissal today is DPP2, respect local land use when siting water or flood facilities or restoring habitats. And this is a policy requirement that covered actions must be cited when feasible to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses and uses that are described or depicted in city and county general plans. And it requires consideration of comments from local agencies and the Delta Protection Commission. In its revised certification, the department identifies the project as consistent with the Delta plan for the issues that were remanded related to recreational use and not applicable for the issues that the council did not remand as part of the previous matter. This policy has been appealed by both LIA and SCWA. In our previous determination, as you'll recall, the council did remand issues related to avoiding or reducing conflicts with recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. And the council denied appeals regarding all other DPP2 issues. Our staff recommendation at this time is first to dismiss the SCWA appeal related to DPP2, and then to direct staff to make findings on the LIA appeal of DPP2 following the hearing. Our key findings regarding the potential dismissal of the SCWA appeal are that although new information regarding the potential cumulative effects of restoration projects on intakes has been offered, again, that falls within the same scope of an appeal issue that was previously considered and denied by the council. And there has been no change to the project. So those are the key reasons why we're recommending dismissal of the SCWA appeal related to DPP2. Regarding the LIA appeal of DPP2, the issues raised align with those that were remanded to the department. And for that reason, our recommendation regarding that matter is to, following our hearing today, direct staff to prepare findings for your consideration at a future meeting concerning whether to deny the appeals or remand the project to the department. Next slide, please. So in summary, our staff recommendation for today is for the council to conduct the public hearing on appeals of this revised certification. And following that hearing, to consider and adopt attachment 2 to the staff report that's titled Dismissal of Issues on Appeal of the Certification of Consistency by the California Department of Water Resources for the Lookout Slew Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project for certification number C2021-10 and the findings that are contained therein. And then secondly, to direct staff to prepare draft findings regarding non-dismissed issues on appeal of this revised certification C2021-10 pursuant to the Delta Reform Act and the council's administrative procedures governing appeals for the council's consideration at the April 28th, 2022 council meeting, and issue such notices and take such steps as are necessary in carrying out the intent of the council's directive. That concludes the staff recommendation and the staff report for the matter before you. And Madam Vice Chair, I hand it back to you to begin to review our logistics for today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff and Dan, for that overview and presentation. Turning to the process for today's hearing, the council's main role in today's hearing is to receive oral presentations and/or written statements by the parties to the Lookout Slew project appeals and all other persons who wish to address the council regarding this matter as public comment. Beck, I think that there's going to be a slide that you're going to put up about public comment. Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment during the public comment period for the hearing needs to contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or by phone at 916-798-9817 and provide name, your organization, or if applicable, and those requesting to comment will be called by the clerk to speak in the order these requests are received. To those representing the California Department of Water Resources, or the department, and the appellants here today to present on the Lookout Slew project appeals, please listen closely to the following instructions. Presenters today will not be sworn in. The entire hearing will be recorded by an electronic court reporter. The rough transcript of the hearing and all written materials presented during the hearing will be shared with the service list and posted on the council's Lookout Slew project website as soon as it is available. If you are interested in purchasing final transcripts from the reporters, please coordinate with them directly on that. The company name is California Reporting, and their telephone number is area code 510-313-0610. As with all council meetings, this hearing is being webcast on the internet at cal-span.org, and the audio and video recordings will be available for later review. Again, that's www.cal-span.org. Council members, please hold your questions for each party until the conclusion of that party's presentation. At that point, I will open the opportunity for council member questions before proceeding to the next party. Before we begin with presentations, I understand that Councilmember Natoli would like to make a brief statement. Councilmember Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman Dueño. Good morning once again, and I do want to make a brief statement for the record, and this relates to the current seat that I currently serve in on this council. As I think most are aware, it's unique among the members. I am a member of the council, seated on this council, because I serve as the current chair of the Delta Protection Commission. And as a result, pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, and hold a seat on the Delta Stewardship Council. The Delta Protection Commission has an interest in these proceedings. The commission has an advisory role on matters such as this that pursuant to the Public Resources Code. As a result, the commission has sent communications to this body about the proceedings. In order to judge these proceedings fairly and to honor the ex parte communication prohibition, as well as to avoid any appearance of bias, I've taken the following precautions. I've created an ethical wall separating myself from any Delta Protection Commission activities and communications related to Lookout Slew once we went under the ex parte prohibition on January 27th of this year. An example is before the commission deliberates any matter related to Lookout Slew, I recused myself and left the room. I also take no briefings from commission staff on Lookout Slew matters. In addition, I had no role in drafting, reviewing, or authorizing any commission correspondence to the council or anyone else related to these proceedings. As a result, though it may not be clear from the commission's letterhead on the communication to this body, I am not a signatory to any document related to this matter from the commission, and have not been since we went under ex parte commission restrictions, as I noted a moment ago in late January. My participation as impartial adjudicator in this matter is taken very seriously by me as well as others, I'm sure. And I believe that it's important to state this for the record, not only for these proceedings, but for all future proceedings we will have on this matter, as noted in Mr. Henderson's report. I look forward to a fair, impartial process for all the parties and participants. Thank you, Vice Chairman Daniel, my fellow council members, and those attending today for your patience while I read the statement into the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. We will now begin with presentations. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and identify the party you represent so that the court reporter may hear you and so that your comments are entered into the record and can be responded to appropriately. The order of the presentation, we will start first with the Solano County Water Agency, and you are given 30 minutes. I understand we have Ms. Alessi representing the Solano County Water Agency.
Hi, this is, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, we have Liliana Selke, rather than Rachel Salami.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Liliana Selke, and I will be making my comments on behalf of the Solano County Water Agency in opposition to both the draft dismissal of issues on appeal and in opposition to the project itself. First, the agency wishes for both DWR and the council to recognize the cumulative adverse impacts that agricultural and municipal water supply intakes in Solano County have been forced to adapt to and operate around as a result of the numerous significant YOLO bypass cache Slew complex restoration projects being pursued by DWR, such as Lower YOLO Ranch, Lower Egbert Tract, and this Lookout Slew project. While these projects may ultimately reach DWR's restoration goals, it is being done at the expense of meeting all the co-equal goals in the Delta. Second, the agency would like to take this opportunity to remind DWR of its commitment to meet co-equal goals in the Delta by relocating diversion works impacted by the numerous restoration projects in the area. The agency is most interested in the development of the proposed NBA alternate intake project, which would provide multi-agency regional benefits and is one of the recommendations in the Delta Plan. If necessary, the agency will continue using this forum as a means of reminding DWR of its commitments to aid existing diversion works in the same area where extensive restoration and habitat projects are occurring. Lastly, the agency continues to support the comments of the Delta Protection Commission, which state the Delta Plan places no obligation on an appellant to cite to a lack of substantial evidence in the record to show a project is not consistent with the Delta Plan. In response to these comments, the council stated in the updated draft dismissal document that an appellant must demonstrate that a certification is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. The agency finds this a circular argument. How can an appellant point to a lack of evidence in the record which would necessarily not support the certification and therefore not be included by the certifying agency in the record? Instead, the agency believes it is the job of an appellant to show a project is inconsistent with the Delta Plan by showing significant adverse effects on achieving co-equal goals, and the rest should be up to the council to review the record as well as the stated adverse effects and make a determination from there. The agency believes it has met this obligation. Thank you for the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Selke. We will now move on to Liberty Island Access and Mr. Dalkey.
Madam Vice Chair.
I'm sorry, before we move on, I apologize. Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions specific for the Solano County Water Agency from the council members? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to Mr. Dalkey.
Hello, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Give me 1 second as I adjust my screen. I don't see my presentation in the Zoom window. Is that going to be displayed on your side?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Talkie. Just 1 second.
No problem. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, council members. My name is Taylor Dalkey. I am an unpaid volunteer. I'm here taking PTO to attend this meeting, but I gladly represent Liberty Island Access.
Move her over for now. Yeah.
Pardon me? Are we still? Can you folks still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. I'll continue then. Sorry, I heard interference. I was just saying I gladly represent Liberty Island Access, and in turn represents thousands of recreational users for both Slew and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. And while I am pleased to be back in the presence of the council, I must admit that I'm surprised to be here again, and I'm frankly disappointed that the recreation issues remanded to DWR last year remain unaddressed. After the remand, but prior to any of DWR's recreational studies having taken place, the DWR deputy director stated at a public hearing that, quote, "We don't expect the project footprint to change at all during this remand process." In hindsight, I see this as a remarkable prediction, considering that the project before the council today is indeed unchanged, despite the fact that the studies performed by DWR later last fall show that recreational usage is in fact closer to 18 times greater than what they originally claimed. Next slide, please. Today, I want to talk to you about how this project is still inconsistent with the Delta Plan. This project still conflicts with existing local land use, specifically for recreation, and it still fails to avoid, reduce, or mitigate for recreation conflicts, contrary to Delta Policy DPP2. Next slide, please. Recreation conflicts out here are significant, and this was originally flagged by CDFW early in the process for the project in their response to the draft environmental impact report. Next slide, please. Recreational conflicts out here are significant, and DWR's recent studies demonstrate significant usage out there. And I'm going to walk through some of their own data to demonstrate this. Next slide, please. Here I show table 8 out of DWR's submission, which shows details the total recreational vehicle counts that were observed by motion activated cameras during the portion of their survey prior to hunting season beginning. It was a period of 82 days where they observed with these cameras 2,102 cars. Now, if anything, this is going to be a slightly low number because of the fact that they dismissed anything that resembled what, quote, work vehicle, and they didn't count any of the cars at night, which during the weekends is sometimes a significant proportion of usage. So if anything, this number is a low number. Next slide, please. This equates to over 4,144 visits over 82 days. Now, DWR unfortunately did not provide any information about the number of users present per vehicle on average. However, Liberty Island Access last March performed our own study, which was shared in the record in both last year's certification submission as well as this year's certification submission, detailing how our findings show an average of 1.97 visitors per car observed. We use those numbers for the remainder of the calculations here. Obviously, you have an ultimate floor of 1 user per car, but this is what we have observed on site in person. Next slide, please. DWR also found that during the portion of their survey prior to the hunting season, about 11% of these visitors were first-time visitors. Next slide, please. So you have over 447 first-time visitors over just simply 82 days. Next slide, please. This equates to nearly 2,000 new visitors per year. Next slide. If we look at table 16, which details DWR's in-person surveys where they question people about their the reason for their visits and what activities they plan to do, over 80% of visitors during this time period claimed they were here to do fishing. That's about 1,600 new fishing users annually. Next slide, please. I'd also like to point out that DWR studies observed that about 96% of the vehicles in total that were captured on motion activated camera did not have a boat present with them. I would like you to remember this slide, as we'll discuss later, DWR's proposed boat ramp and how effectively that boat ramp does not provide any mitigation for over 96% of the users who visit the site. Next slide, please. However, if we are generous and we use the most conservative number that DWR provided, where they found one segment of Lookout Slew only observed 89% of vehicles without a boat, that still leaves us with 1,422 new bank fishing users per year. This is just new visitors. This is not counting the semi-regular visitors that DWR claims to account for in their draft environmental impact report. Next slide, please. And if we look at the entire survey period, they count 2,461 cars over 89 days. This equates to about 20,000 visits annually. Next slide. Next slide, please. The data shows that bank fishing usage is very significant. Here we compare the 80 bank fishing users that DWR estimated in their draft environmental impact report with the actual bank fishing usage by new visitors only that their studies suggest. Next slide. These estimates are over 18 times higher than what DWR originally claimed, and we are only considering new users in this case. We're not even adding in the users who make regular visits to the site. This is just the new visitors per year. Despite these facts, DWR still erroneously claims that recreational impacts are insignificant. I would add also that DWR's findings make a conclusion based only on the users that were interviewed in person. They completely ignore their own vehicle data that they gathered themselves. This begs the question, what number of visitors would DWR say is significant? Next slide, please. To give you a better idea of what significance looks like, I think it's helpful to compare against nearby state parks and recreational areas, including one of which, Bethany Reservoir, which is managed by the Department of Water Resources directly. This shows that the visitation estimated at Liberty Island Ecological Reserve and Shag Slew is in some cases orders of magnitude higher than nearby state parks. This is a significant amount of usage at this site. Next slide, please. The spillover effects from shutting down the bank fishing access, which is 96% seemingly of the users are there to enjoy, the spillover effect would be significant. DWR in their draft environmental impact report lists bank fishing facilities, such as the dump gate, which they don't show any pictures of, but I'll show you what it looks like here. We found it on Google Earth. DWR says that a site like this would absorb only 6 to 7 semi-regular users, but the data, in fact, implies that closer to 108 to 126 users would be absorbed at each one of the sites like this. Next slide, please. Here's another example of one of the sites that DWR lists as one of these spillover bank fishing facilities that would absorb close to 108 to 126 users each, instead of the 6 to 7 that they originally claimed. Next slide, please. The project design clearly conflicts with existing recreational use, and DWR readily admits this. They say that upon consideration of the full record, DWR confirms that Liberty Island Road, Shag Slew Bridge, and the Liberty Island and LIER constitute existing recreational uses, and that the project would conflict with these existing recreational uses. Next slide, please. This is obvious if we look at a map view of what remains of bank fishing access after their project design is put into place. Next slide, please. This shows that a reduction of about 90% of West Shag Slew fishing access would be eliminated. Instead of about 8,000 feet, we have about 800 feet. And you should remember that a good portion of that 800 feet is going to be taken up by the boat ramp itself. Not to mention the fact that the quality of this bank fishing access is extremely reduced. because of the crowding issue that will take place. And DWR readily states in their submission that crowding is not ideal for quality bank fishing experience because people's lines get caught and there are user conflicts. Next slide, please. You may remember this slide from the last hearing, and I'll show it again. There are hundreds of parking spots that would be eliminated with no replacement along a 1.5 mile of Liberty Island Road that would be degraded and cut with levy for a breach for the different channelways. Next slide, please. Here's I show a more recent picture taken in October of 2021 on the same road, Liberty Island Road, just north of the bridge. And you'll note here the significance of the usage that this site actually sees on a regular basis. All cars in both of these pictures, I'll also note, are parked along the east side of the road and north of no parking sign. This is legal parking in accordance with the ordinance that DWR shares in their submission. Next slide, please. To the contrary, though, DWR provides no replacement parking. Formal parking was not incorporated into the project design. And they're going to talk to you about how they're able to draw a grid over this turnaround spot and fit in somewhere around 36 sedans parked in as if it was like a regular grocery store parking lot, when that's really not the case. It's going to, what they have here is a dirt turnaround or gravel turnaround. They haven't indicated anything in the record that there'd be any striping, any way to delineate these parking spaces. And they haven't taken any into consideration the fact that a number of users that would be visiting here are going to be approaching the site with trailered vehicles to drop off kayaks, etc. Next slide, please. But frankly, this hurts disadvantaged users the most. These are people who rely on the bridge, they rely on shoreline access, and they don't have the ability to purchase a boat to make up for the access that DWR is taking away from them. CDFW makes these comments early on, stating that this project disproportionately affects lower income individuals and communities. The project has not changed. This is still true. Next slide, please. In fact, DWR studies have highlighted to us that this is actually more significant than many of us may have realized. According to the survey they did in October of users, over 41% of the users there, of all users, were there fishing for food as the claim to the activity they were performing that day. A lot of these people are coming here to put food on their table. Next slide, please. Mitigation is feasible. However, feasible does not mean free. Next slide. DWR has in fact cherry-picked when it comes to what they decide to mitigate for. When it comes to the loss of agricultural land and the conflicts, the local land use conflicts that this project creates with respect to agricultural land, they created an off-site conservation easement to account for that and to mitigate. The same goes for different impacted species where the siting of this project created conflicts with existing land use. Next slide, please. For example, if we focus on their mitigation for reducing conflicts with the existing land use of prime agricultural land, they were able to find $1.6 million and create improvements and relocate agricultural activity to an off-site property in order to achieve mitigation. Next slide, please. What you'll find if you observe the record is that there are no plans for recreation mitigation. DWR does not consider any mitigation for bank fishing, and leaving leftovers, AKA the 10% that they've decided not to eviscerate with their project, does not count as mitigation. The created conflicts that will occur from this design impact the regional area with recreation spillover. And reducing a regional conflict means offsite mitigation is fair game. No plans or assigned funding are indicated in the record with respect to mitigation for recreation. Next slide, please. Policy DPP2 gives an example that I think gives some clarification as to what type of measures DWR should be considering here. Measures to mitigate conflicts with adjacent uses may include, but are not limited to, buffers to prevent adverse effects on adjacent farmland. If we look at this buffer example, it implies two possibilities. One possibility would be to create an on-site buffer. This would mean a reduction in project habitat acreage, something that DWR claims isn't feasible for them to do. but yet is offered here as a clear example, as a possibility of what must be considered according to the law for projects such as this. Alternatively, this buffer example could be fulfilled by creating an offsite buffer, potentially like by purchasing and modifying non-project property surrounding the site. What is the analog here for recreation? It means that on-site mitigation, which may reduce project habitat acreage, perhaps by creating a parking lot that takes a couple acres of habitat acreage out of the project's habitat goals, or off-site bank fishing mitigation, are possibilities that need to be considered here. To be fair, DWR, they seem to have done a good job mitigating for farmland loss, but it begs the question, why do they refuse to apply a similarly appropriate approach with respect to recreation, despite the fact that DPP2 gives examples that indicate this? Next slide, please. To the contrary, DWR provides no solution. They provide no solution. They create new conflicts, in fact, by creating major spillover to other recreation sites, by creating potentially more boating traffic and vehicles with trailers in a site that they're not prepared to allow parking for. New parking conflicts next to neighboring properties where they just claim that they allow overflow on Liberty Island Road without providing any mitigation on site with a larger lot to make up for the 1.5 miles or so of parking that they're removing. They're squeezing hundreds of bank fishing users onto 1/10 of the shoreline. In contrary, quite the contrary to Delta policy DPP2, this doesn't reduce or avoid. It creates new conflicts, and it doesn't consider any kind of mitigation. Next slide, please. But moreover, this eliminates access for users from disadvantaged communities. No more land-based access to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Greater than 90% of the parking would be removed. And well-to-do boaters are not the ones that are hurt by this project design. It's mostly lower income residents from disadvantaged communities. They are the 96% of users that don't have a boat to bring. And recall also, about 40% of these users are out there fishing for food. Next slide, please. Feasible solutions do exist. Solutions to maximize access for bank fishing, to replace the parking with dedicated on-site parking, to design the boat ramp for public use rather than treating it as an afterthought, or to mitigate off-site for lost access for bank fishing, hunting, bird watching, etc. Next slide, please. One such solution would be to move the boat ramp further south. This is a design concept that has been brought up multiple times. Next slide, please. By extending the boat ramp further south, they would over double the amount of available bank fishing access. This would reduce bank fishing conflicts considerably. It would avoid new crowding conflicts with different users in close proximity. And CDFW particularly makes notice of this in the listening session this fall when DWR met with them. The record shows that this concept's feasibility was not considered at all, even though the record shows that both Liberty Island Access and CDFW have brought it to their attention. Liberty Island Access in the hearing last May, CDFW in their listening session fall 2021. DWR did consider removing all the breaches north of the bridge, but failed to demonstrate the feasibility or infeasibility of this proposed and frankly much smaller project modification. This is not a design concept out of left field for them. This has been on the record already, yet for some reason it was unaddressed by DWR with respect to feasibility. There are still feasible options that are on the record that DWR did not consider, and so we cannot rule out that they are not in conflict with GPP2 because there are still feasible options to reduce, avoid, or mitigate conflicts with existing recreational use. Next slide, please. Another solution would be to add replacement parking. Next slide, please. By making a small modification to the levee center line, we could create a much larger flat parking area that would be able to accept larger trailered vehicles, which will probably frequent the use of the boat ramp that's being proposed, and provide adequate parking on site without forcing it onto what is otherwise a relatively narrow Liberty Island road along that east-west section that remains and adjacent to neighboring property owners. Adding replacement parking on site may come at the cost of slightly less habitat acreage being credited to them. But GPP2 and the examples demonstrated there imply that such a consideration must be taken into account in order to be compliant with the Delta plan. Next slide, please. Another solution that is important to consider would be to design the boat launch for public use. By far, the number one user of this boat launch, considering the number of users that go out there now, will largely outnumber the amount of agency use of such a boat ramp. So why should we design this boat ramp without them in mind? Why should the public use of this boat ramp be considered an afterthought? There are design features that could be considered here. Bollards, not a gate for easier access, coarse textured concrete for safe walking, a dedicated pontoon launch perhaps, such as what they have at Belden Landing Launch in Solano County. Next slide, please. Here's an example showing CDFW's Eden Landing Launch Ramp with a number of different accessible features, including a drop-off area that's very close to the ramp with parking further away, a low float makes it safe for entry and exit from hand-launched paddle craft, such as kayaks, etc. Resting areas, so that it allows for accessible slopes at all tide levels. Why should Delta boaters be treated as second-class citizens when it comes to boating access? This is only 2 counties away. Why are we treating the Delta boaters as second-class citizens and treating them as an afterthought with respect to this boat ramp? DWR does not address this at all in the record at any point. Next slide, please. Another solution that DWR should be considering would be to provide funding to create new offsite bank fishing access. There are a number of nearby areas that would probably benefit from enhanced bank fishing access and potentially might be identified by the MOU initiative they have with Solano County and CDFW. Areas like Calhoun Cut, Hill Slew, or expanded legal access along Highway 4. DWR has this MOU agreement and has an initiative supposedly that with these agencies and organizations, but that doesn't count as mitigation. Scheduling Zoom calls with county officials is not mitigation. It's simply an empty gesture until there's money behind it. And right now there's no money behind it. It's words on paper, it's a signature, and it's a promise to talk more about it in the future. That is not mitigation, and nothing resembling mitigation is in the record, such as dedicated funding. Next slide, please. Ultimately, DWR are the ones who are responsible for avoiding, reducing, or mitigating recreation impacts. Liberty Island Access aspires to be idea forward as a stakeholder in this process. We're not interested in coming to the council to complain. We're here interested in finding a solution so that the public has access. That's why we're here. That's why I'm making time, my own personal time available for this. And we've come up with, I think, many concepts, some of which were effectively just shot down over the last 6 months by DWR. But it's ultimately not our responsibility to come up with concepts that make this project compliant. The responsibility lies with DWR, not Liberty Island Access. And I'd like to pause here, and I would strongly urge the council to consider that this is the same agency that's going to come back to you at some point, and they're going to claim that it's feasible for them to build a multi-billion-dollar tunnel through one of the largest inland deltas in the world. But they can't figure out a way to build this project without bowling over thousands of recreational users, many of whom are just going to this place trying to catch themselves something to eat for dinner for them and their family. Instead, what we see is that DWR has employed their comparatively army of lawyers, scientists, and engineers, not to the task of finding a solution to this problem, but instead to the task of creating, an orchestrated parade of excuses, despite the fact of what they're capable of doing, the resources they have at hand. And I expect that's what you're going to see from them following my presentation. We would frankly withdraw our appeal if DWR implemented the suggestions I've listed already. But I don't think that it's something they're interested in doing. We'll hear from them next, but I think that the council should strongly consider the agency and the resources they have and how they have chosen to dedicate those resources towards excuses instead of a solution. Next slide, please. allowing the department to proceed without addressing these recreational issues is a regression in California's legacy of being a champion for the middle class. It reinforces a future where the Delta is only accessible to the well-to-do, much like the elitist outdoor culture in Europe's past. California should be a leader in environmental justice, and this is not the way. Next slide, please. The council can certify a plan that creates a $118 million wetland that is inaccessible, might as well be on the moon for most of the people, 96% of the people who don't have a boat and don't bring one to this site. Next slide, please. My last concluding thought is that the public must be made whole. DWR has all the strength of a powerful government operation. They have $1 billion budget, hundreds of employees, including lawyers, scientists, engineers. The project alone here is a $118 million project. I'm here, speaking, by myself today, because I care about the dad who shows up to teach his kid how to fish, and it goes there because it's close by and they work at night, or the single mom, they can't afford to take their kid on vacation, but they can drive them down to Shag Slew and let them play with frogs and try to fish for bluegill. I grew up with access to places like Liberty Island, which is where my interest in the outdoors and my passion for preserving places like this and access to places like this, was first started. That's the reason I'm here today. I was once one of those kids who was taken to places like Liberty Island, and it's extremely disappointing to see DWR's indifferent approach to access. One of the main purposes of the Delta Plan was to create a Delta that is accessible and equitable for everyone, not just those who can afford boats. The public deserves a state agency that follows the clear objectives of the Delta Plan, and it's the role of this council to hold them to those objectives. Californians deserve it. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Dalkey. Council, are there any questions of Mr. Dalkey?
Yeah. Vice Chair, thank you. Taylor, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to take you back to the slides you showed, the boat launch designs for public use. You had one there that I don't know where that was at. The first one that had the pontoon. And then secondly, the other one was at Eden Landing.
Slides 40 and 41.
Okay, yeah, well, let's take this one first. So I'm not familiar with this location. Is it similar, Taylor, with regards to the channel width and the depth of the water and so forth? Again, I mean, some of those things are important. Obviously, the tidal flows, and you pointed this out. I'm just curious if you kind of describe this, because this extends out into the waterway, but it is much different than as you described. Obviously, just a boat launch is a concrete ramp. So again, I'm kind of curious. And where is this located at? You said 2 counties away, so I wasn't familiar though.
Yes, Eden Landing is in Alameda County, along the San Francisco Bay. I think it's immediately south of the San Mateo Hayward Bridge.
Okay.
So it does receive tidal flow. It is not a Delta site. Belden Landing, which is the previous slide, is a Delta site in Solano County, as you might know, which in some respects may be a better analog if you're looking from a design perspective. But I guess my primary point to make is that building a boat ramp for agency vehicles and then saying, sure, we won't arrest people if they jump the fence to use it is not the same as building a ramp that has design elements for safe, public use, and making it accessible and making it enjoyable for folks. And other counties and other locations, I think the norm is to provide this type of access and to not treat it as an afterthought. And it's disappointing that DWR, even since the remand, has, kind of low-hanging fruit, I would say, would be to update the boat ramp design such that it does, in fact, provide access in a direct way, rather than having people jump a fence and drag their kayaks, I think 900 feet or so from their car down a concrete ramp. That's kind of not that's not the the standard for most of the wetland restoration projects and with boat ramp access points.
Taylor, I'm just curious because you mentioned in your testimony too that listening sessions that had discussion about extending obviously the roadway turnaround further length, but also I trust some of these issues, if I understood you correctly, were brought up. Were there any responses at those sessions? Obviously, were designed to be listening, and I'm just again curious if you could just expand on what your takeaway, I guess, or others were from those sessions. That I trust some of these issues were raised, and maybe even the examples. So,
yes. Well, there's a couple of different, I guess, design aspects that either were discussed in the listening sessions or have been, even in my case, with respect to moving the breach further south, was something that we had in our slides during our May presentation as a possible option. I was not present at the CDFW listening session where CDFW staff made comments suggesting that similarly that DWR should consider eliminating that northern breach such that access would, effectively more or less doubled in terms of bank fishing access and moving that boat ramp further south. However, we don't see that as being addressed in any of the feasibility studies that were in the record submitted with this certification. In terms of my experience with listening sessions, yes, it was presenting some of the ideas that were discussed in the feasibility study that DWR outlines, and they outlined their reasons why they claim it's infeasible. Some of which I believe also were brought forward during the hearing in July by myself in different slides. Am I addressing your question?
Yeah, you are, and yeah, yes, thank you. Just one final question then, at least at this point. So you showed a picture on, I didn't get the specific date, but showed a large line of different types of vehicles, and it was showing a couple different slides as you went through your presentation.
Yeah, slide 24.
Okay, yeah. Was that date accounted for in the data that was submitted as part of the resubmittal? Because they showed aerials at different dates, and I don't know, is this opening of fishing season or stripers are running or hunting? I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but that's more cars than I see in some of the other graphics that are a part of the record here. So.
Yeah, this was on a weekend that DWR was out there actually surveying in October.
So it was accounted.
So DWR was out there.
Accounted for.
Yeah, the DWR, or not, I guess not DWR. I can't remember the contracting company they used to perform the surveys, but those staff were out there and they were serving people at the same time I took this photograph.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Taylor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Other questions from members of the council of Mr. Dalkey?
Yeah, just this is Daniel Zingali. I wanted to thank you again for your testimony this round. And I particularly resonate with your giving voice to the lower income people who you've experienced there, who can't afford boats, who may be fishing for their dinner. It's been my experience in government that hearing directly from folks in that situation on any governmental matter is a challenge. I think in the last round, you mentioned too that it's hard to get folks like that to engage directly. Do you have any advice for how we or the department could do a better job in our processes of hearing directly from those individuals and families that you're talking about? I appreciate you giving them voice, but I'd also think we could benefit from hearing them share their direct experience with us. Is there anything we could do that we're not doing to bring them into a process like this?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there are, yeah, like you say, there's a number of challenges. Sometimes the challenges are more difficult in the sense that like English might be a second language for different folks out there. I think that one that I kind of run into that might be most in line with council procedures would be periods for public comment. I mean, a lot of folks, like these folks that I'm referring to, like, I mean, I'll be honest, like I don't expect to hear from a whole lot of them potentially because of the timing of this meeting, right? And so public comment period, when people are like, they're at work and stuff on a Thursday, right? So that I know that is something that's a challenge when I do reach out to our members who are interested and have perspective. There's a, hey, I'm at work, or even situations like this where the public comment period is it doesn't have a specific time when it starts, right? It's kind of indeterminately at the end of the presentations. When I have reached out to folks, I tell them, hey, like the speaking period should be expect to go about this long, and public comments might start in this window, but it does, maybe from a more direct procedural point of view, having a specific start time for public comments that folks they know, hey, I can call in and I can get in there rather than call in and wait on the line for 45 minutes, an hour before I can speak up. I think, those are maybe more easily addressable issues. Is that what you're kind of referring to, or would that fit within the category of your question?
Yes, very much so, actually. I think that's in my view, that's a very good suggestion, that we either start with public comment whenever we can, or at least have a time certain. And if I heard you correctly, maybe if we did more access to this kind of process after hours or weekends or whatever it takes for people who can't walk away from their jobs for this, that strikes me as something we should be looking at more closely too.
Perhaps for the public comment portions, at least, with the hearing presentations, that might be going deep into the night. But yeah, I think low-hanging fruit might be set times, perhaps in the evenings for public comment. I think we did something similar last hearing where the public comments started at 9 a.m. I think the day following, which was maybe a little easier for folks to plan around.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I actually have a follow-up to Councilmember Zangali's question as well to you, Mr. Dalkey. And when you were talking about low-income and disadvantaged communities, could you be more precise in terms of the demographics that are quantified within the low-income and disadvantaged communities? Are we talking about ethnic groups? Are we talking about communities adjacent to the Delta? And what is the makeup of that group?
Yeah, I would say from my own observations, the demographics from an ethnicity standpoint is actually pretty diverse at Liberty Island. It's and that's actually kind of true. Anytime I find that some of the most diverse places where I see a bunch of strangers gathering in public is at fishing locations, whether that's on fishing piers or bank fishing access like this. I do find quite a diverse ethnic population. I would say that the folks who you might categorize as being more disadvantaged users, they're not traveling from they're usually in the Solano County, Yolo County area. They're usually not crossing the bridge to get there, right? To pay the bridge toll, things like that. So those are more often folks that are more local to the North Delta region. But yeah, you have a mix, a very diverse ethnic mix of folks out there, regardless of whether you might consider them disadvantaged users or not. But I would say that you probably would find, if you were to count among disadvantaged users, a lot of more local folks who are, they're unable to drive further distances to get there. If that makes any sense.
It does. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Dalkey and Liberty Island Access? Seeing none, I will actually ask all of you, my council members, if you want to take a quick 2-3 minute restroom break, and then before we go on to presentation from the Department of Water Resources, or should we just go ahead and barrel through, and then we'll take a 30 to 40 minute lunch break right after. So if you're okay with staying where you're at and would just continue on, I'm seeing Councilmember Natoli nodding yes. I'm seeing some yeses. Okay, then let's go ahead and start the presentation from the Department of Water Resources. And like I said, we'll take a lunch break right afterwards. So DWR, you are next. And according to my notes, I have Miss Green, who will be representing the Department of Water Resources.
Just 1 second while we move them over.
Good morning, council members. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Just one moment. Okay. Vice Chair and members of the council, my name is Christopher Chernell, and I am the Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources. It is a pleasure to be here today. The DWR team and I thank you for your time and your dedication to resolving this important matter before you. In summer of last year, we were before this council for the first time, discussing the Lookout Slew project as we are today. Ultimately, the council dismissed the vast majority of the appeals that were brought forward, remanding only 2 issues back to the department for further work. As we've heard, that was DPP2 regarding project siting and GP1B3 regarding use of best available science for estimating existing recreational use. Over the last year, we have done much work to address these 2 remanded issues, and our first objective today is to detail that work for you. Like how we address DPP2 by, among other things, holding in-person listening sessions with Liberty Island Access, with staff from the Delta Protection Commission, and with other key interests, such as Solano County, where the project, of course, is located. You'll hear how we actively solicited their ideas for reducing conflicts with the recreational activities, and how we took those ideas very seriously, performing hydraulic modeling to test their compatibility with the project's primary goals of reducing regional flood risk and restoring habitat for endangered smelt and salmon. Ultimately, you'll hear how the project includes key recreation enhancements and avoids conflicts with existing uses to the extent feasible. And you will hear how we addressed GP1B3 regarding best available science by significantly augmenting our previous approach to gathering visitation data. Among other things, you will hear how we used a combination of satellite imagery, on-site motion activated vehicle cameras, and particularly important given the last discussion, in-person multilingual interviews to determine usership. Again, in-person multilingual interviews at the right time of day to maximize contact with those using the site to determine usership according to best practices. You will hear how these methods are consistent with the best available scientific approaches to estimating recreation use, informed by experts in the field, such as Dr. Glenn Haas and Dr. Bill Spain. Dr. Glenn Haas was a professor in the College of Natural Resources at Colorado State University for 27 years and is now a partner at Haas and Lovejoy Protected Area Advisors. Dr. Bill Spain, another advisor on our approach here, is a professor at San Jose State's Department of Recreation and Public Health. Our second objective is to help focus the discussion that's in front of you. You've heard a lot this morning from Solano County Water Agency and even more from Liberty Island Access. And it's a lot to sift through, so here are some initial thoughts on what we've heard so far. We've heard that Delta Stewardship Council staff are recommending to you a complete dismissal of Solano County Water Agency's appeal based on staff's finding that the appellant raised these issues last year and was unable then to show inconsistency with the Delta plan. We've heard that DSC staff are recommending that you dismiss one of Liberty Island Access's 2 appeals for the same reason. They raised the same concern last year, but were unable to show inconsistency with the Delta plan. We saw lots of Liberty Island Access slides filled with charts and numbers and heard Mr. Dalkey make claims that our estimates of recreation use were inaccurate. But this hearing is not about combating each other's numbers. The burden is on him to show a lack of substantial evidence, and we must point out that Mr. Dalkey made the very conscious decision not to appeal our certification of consistency related to the use of best available science, one of the 2 remanded issues. His presentation today is misleading in this way, and we urge you to dismiss his testimony related to our recreational use data and to our methods of collecting it. He simply didn't appeal on that issue, so his testimony there is inappropriate and misleading at best. We heard Mr. Dalkey make claims of that the project will disproportionately impact disadvantaged communities. The approach Mr. Dalkey takes to back up this claim is anything but best available science. Instead, his approach is unsubstantiated and based on speculation. In doing so, Mr. Dalkey diminishes and undermines the very communities he claims to represent. In contrast, and as part of our work on the remanded issues, DWR facilitated in-person, on-site bilingual surveys and drew data from a recently completed comprehensive study on environmental justice community use of the Delta's many resources. It's those sorts of approaches to science and data that the Delta's communities deserve, not what you saw from Liberty Island Access earlier today. And lastly, it's important to note what we didn't hear. We didn't hear testimony critical of the project from the Delta Protection Commission. The Delta Protection Commission staff originally planned to provide comments on behalf of the commissioners, but the commission just last week on March 17th chose not to endorse staff's proposed letter to the council. The draft letter, it turns out, didn't represent the perspectives of the commission, especially the perspective of Solano County, from whom you will hear supportive comments during public testimony later today. This shift in perspective from the DPC, which has a special role in commenting on controversial projects in front of the council, speaks volumes. And so after all of that, the one remaining issue before us is Liberty Island Access's claim that we failed to provide substantial evidence in the record that the project is consistent with DPP2. This policy is pretty straightforward, requiring that projects such as this one be cited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses when feasible. Both Charlotte Biggs and Rachel Taylor will go into more detail on this, but I'd like to take a minute to describe, from my perspective, the crux of this remaining matter before you. It's important that you understand some of the natural constraints that we are working within related to recreation. First, California Department of Fish and Wildlife's regulatory requirements to which we are subject. The wildlife permits, the conservation easements, and the mitigation agreements that this project requires each includes limitations on public access. These are considered non-negotiable and commonly applied terms of these various regulatory documents, and they provide strict limitations on what we can provide for recreation at this location. Second, local public agency concerns. We have worked closely with Solano County on this project, growing a relationship that's founded in mutual understanding and trust. And one of the things we continue to hear from the county is that they have decades-long concerns with the impacts of public access at this location. Solano County's support letter submitted to the council yesterday details this and other important local perspectives. And thirdly, yet another tension point that we are working within is recreation interests. A central pillar of the Newsom administration's approach to natural resource management is public access. So we take this very seriously. And as is mentioned in California Natural Resource Secretary Wade Profoot's letter submitted to the council, we've taken very seriously the comments and suggestions we've received from Liberty Island Access and others on this important topic. So in the middle of these three areas of interest and constraint and tension stands DWR, pursuing a project on behalf of the state that reduces regional flood risk, restores 3,000 acres of habitat for imperiled fish, invests in adjacent agricultural lands, and does everything feasible to maximize recreational access. And here's what that looks like. We're creating 20 miles of publicly accessible navigable waterways for kayaking, fishing, hunting, bird watching, and more. We're installing a publicly accessible boat launch where there isn't anything like that out there today. And we're installing a large emergency vehicle and agricultural truck turnaround facility to improve access and maneuverability for sheriffs, for game wardens, and other law enforcement, as well as for adjacent landowners. And what this large turnaround area provides, as we'll see later, is an informal area, a paved area within the public right-of-way that can accommodate about 35 vehicles, which is roughly the average number of vehicles that our surveys found on site at any given time during the weekends. You'll recall that Councilmember Natoli asked for a review of one of the slides that Mr. Dalkey presented. A long line of cars indeed, yet if you count them, there's maybe 22 or 23 cars in that photograph. Again, the parking facility, the informal parking facility that we are talking about, that we'll learn more about soon, can accommodate about 35 vehicles at any given time. But that's not all. We fully recognize that Solano County residents and other Delta residents and visitors deserve better recreation opportunities than exist today, completely distinct from this project. The Delta Plan recognizes this, as it should. And that's why we have partnered with CDFW and Solano County, signed a memorandum of understanding, and are launching a fully inclusive and facilitated public process to identify expanded recreation opportunities throughout the Slew region. The MOU is in DWR's record before you. The MOU-driven process is open to all interested parties, landowners, local, state, federal, public agencies, hunters, fishermen and women, nonprofit organizations, and anyone else who has an interest in regional recreation. Building on what the Lookout Slough project includes for recreation, this process represents the best way to move the important recreation and conversation forward. And we invite the appellants and all other interested parties to engage. We certainly hope they will. With that, I will pass things off to Rachel Taylor from the Department's Office of the General Counsel.
Thank you, Deputy Director Turnell, and good morning. Can you please advance the slide? And one more. Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair and Council members. I am Rachel Taylor, the attorney with the Department of Water Resources, Office of the General Counsel. Thank you for having us here today to discuss the Lookout Slough Project's revised certification. We appreciate your time and your attention to this matter. The Deputy Director just provided the rebuttal to the main points presented by the appellants. As a preliminary matter, and as just mentioned, DWR has reviewed the draft dismissal as revised by the DSC staff, and we are in agreement that SQA's appeal and portions of Liberty Island Access appeal should be dismissed. As discussed in DWR's letter to the Council on March 4th, those issues raised by SQA and LIA are precluded by Water Code Section 85225.25, which governs the scope of a remand, and under the principles of res judicata. We ask that the Council take action today to affirm the staff's recommendation in the draft dismissal. Next slide, please. Water Code Section 85225.25 provides the ground rules for today, and staff has already gone through most of the main points. We're just going to reiterate them to frame our presentation for you. In July of 2021, the Council made 4 specific written findings and remanded the matter to DWR for reconsideration based on the finding that the certification of consistency was not supported by substantial evidence in the record before DWR at the time the certification was filed. On December 30th, 2021, DWR submitted the revised certification to the Council. On January 31st, the Council sent out notice that the 2 appeals had been filed, and on February 10th, DWR submitted the administrative record for the revised certification. To set the stage for DWR's presentation, I would refer to the 2 standards in the Council's July final determination from pages 12 and 13. First, the standard of review is substantial evidence, also is clearly outlined in the statute before you. Under the substantial evidence standard of review, the Council must decide whether there is enough relevant information and reasonable inference so that a fair argument can be made to support the Department's conclusions, even though other conclusions may also be reached. Secondly, on page 13 of the Council's determination, the appellant's burden. In arguing that certain certification findings are not based upon substantial evidence, the appellant carries the burden of demonstrating that the administrative record does not contain sufficient evidence to support the Department's findings. Considering that Liberty Island relied on the Department's data analysis to make their arguments, there's a compelling precedent in their presentation that the substantial evidence standard has been met. And I want to stress this part. LAA makes numerous arguments around the data and selectively pulls facts to support their arguments, but LAA does not argue that there is insufficient evidence to support the Department's findings. The Council's July determination and the Water Code do not require agreement with particular mitigation or decision made by the Department, nor does it invite factual disputes to the level of detail proposed by LAA. Additionally, LAA is not required to prove that their analysis meets the Delta Plan criterion for best available science, nor do they make that claim when discussing their estimates of use. These are personal observations. The question is not whether LAA can argue or disagree with the project or reach a different conclusion. The question is whether there's substantial evidence to support the Department's determination of consistency. Next slide, please. The 4 specific written findings are as follows. Under the first policy, GP1B3, best available science, as to the issue of methods to estimate recreational use as it relates to the best available science criterion of inclusiveness. This finding was not appealed. Related to best available science, the Department conducted additional data and analysis and included in the revised certification the discussion of how the new data met all of the criteria for best available science under the Delta Plan. The data and analysis provided, which was attached directly to the revised certification at the time of filing in December, and is the basis of DWR substantial evidence to support the revised certification, was not appealed. The second policy is DPP2, respect local land use when siting water or flood facilities or restoration habitats to avoid or reduce conflicts with those existing recreational uses to the extent feasible. The Department will present an overview of the main considerations used in citing the project at this location, as that is part of the DPP2 policy and frames the discussion of the 3 findings. In the first finding from the Council under DPP2, The department was asked to document the existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. To this purpose, as will be discussed further by the project manager, Charlotte Biggs, the department conducted extensive additional review, studies, and surveys to further document existing uses of these locations. The previous certification looked to regional surveys of recreation, which provided a range of recreational use. The revised certification added site-specific surveys and analysis. Key point to note about this finding is the site-specific data substantiated the initial range presented in the initial certification. This finding was not appealed. Secondly, the department was asked to re-examine whether, or rather how, the project would or would not conflict with those existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Based on the data gathered, the conflict of maintaining pedestrian access to Liberty Island and parking were confirmed as the main areas of controversy and will be discussed in this big section. The identification of the conflicts of existing recreational uses was not appealed. The third findings under DPP2 and the final finding overall was whether or not the department avoided or reduced conflicts with existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Slew Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve when citing the Lookout Slough project per DPP2 to the extent feasible. This finding was appealed. However, I would note the issues raised by Liberty Island Access are arguments that we should be compelled to make design changes, which is not the scope of the remand for a consistent determination. Liberty Island does not argue that there is insufficient evidence to support the department's certification. Instead, Liberty Island disagrees with the conclusions reached. The steps DWR took to address this finding were extensive. Through the listening sessions, several suggestions for how to improve recreation were provided, which the department reviewed and analyzed in the context of compatibility with either the flood objectives or the habitat objectives of the project. The flood and habitat objectives are enforced through regulatory and statutory requirements, and I want to put that in context. Several options requested created formal recreation areas within the site or to formalize current recreational uses that are unauthorized or informal, such as trespass on state plan of flood control levies. Mr. Dahlke reviewed the notes from the listening sessions, raised the point that it appeared DWR could formalize recreation at the site if only we were willing to amend the permit, which seems simple enough. Mr. Dahlke points to a few maps and other locations and suggests that recreation, particularly GGS habitat, must be compatible. And I can understand why he thought that sounded like a simple request. But Mr. Dahlke doesn't build restoration projects, and the council knows where this point is going to go. The permit in question is the incidental take permit issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife under the California Endangered Species Act. Amending the permit means the proposed actions would likely result in a taking, or in simpler terms, harm to endangered species that the site is designed to protect. Now, we understand that recreational users do not intend to harm endangered species, and that recreational users in the state, particularly those who fish and hunt, are some of the most ardent supporters of preserving natural space. But DWR does not get to make that determination, nor does Liberty Island Access or even the Delta Stewardship Council. That determination is the jurisdiction of CDFW, and CDFW said those proposed actions would result in harm. And we included their statements as to specifically how in the analysis when we looked at the biological impacts. As the council is aware, science dictates where restoration projects can be located, and due to elevation, there are limited places left where a project like this could be sited, let alone a location that can combine restoration and flood improvement. Those locations are even more rare. The site already has to balance competing species and habitats. Species like giant garter snake moved in during the past 100 years when the land was reclaimed that had to be accommodated. We can just address aquatic species. And considering the federal and state mandates requiring a certain number of acres to be protected, we are required to maximize the areas of the site to meet those objectives. When we state in our analysis that it does not meet the biological objectives, those biological objectives are protecting endangered species in the limited area where a habitat project could actually benefit them. And those objectives are also part of the Delta Reform Act, which states in Water Code Section 85020 that we are to restore the Delta ecosystem, including its fisheries and wildlife, as the heart of a healthy estuary and wetland ecosystem. On to the rest of our presentation. We do note that only one of the 4 findings has been appealed. However, the charge under the Water Code Section 85225.25 is for the department to respond to each of the council's specific findings and provide substantial evidence to support the department's determination by consistency on those remanded items. To that purpose, Charlotte Biggs, the project manager, will walk through each finding, including citing and the substantial evidence to support the department's revised certification of consistency. Can you advance to the next slide? Charlotte.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, Vice Chair and Council members. I'm Charlotte Biggs, Program Manager with the Department of Water Resources. Thank you for having me here today to talk about DWR's revised certification and the work that we've conducted since we last met in July. In response to the Council's findings regarding best available science, DWR and our team conducted additional recreational use analysis to support the revised certification. This additional analysis included conducting listening sessions with recreational stakeholders, including Liberty Island Access, the Delta Protection Commission, Solano County, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to better understand their specific concerns and suggestions for the project. Through these listening sessions, we sought input specifically from Liberty Island Access to hear their proposals so that we could analyze and consider them in the context of our regulatory constraints. Second, we conducted subject matter expert interviews with outdoor recreation experts to offer their scientific guidance on user data collection and the use of census tract data to estimate recreational use for the study area. Third, we conducted additional literature review to carefully consider a new environmental justice community survey called Your Delta, Your Voice, which was commissioned by DWR and completed in May 2021. The survey examines environmental justice issues with respect to Delta lands, including priorities of what is most important to these communities and what special places they use most. According to the survey, clean air and drinking water, natural environment, well-maintained levees, and preserving agriculture all outranked parks and recreation in terms of importance. Special places were concentrated to the main stems of the rivers, cities and towns, along highways and main roads, and well-established recreation sites. Compared to these special places, a relatively low use was documented at the Lookout Slew project site. Lastly, we conducted on-site studies of recreational users. As suggested by LIA and the Delta Protection Commission, DWR added on-site studies that included vehicle counts via aerial photography, motion-activated cameras, as well as in-person visitor surveys with bilingual translators. These surveys were conducted both on weekends and weekdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. These counts and surveys were conducted between August and the end of October to capture peak use at the site, including Labor Day and the beginning of hunting season. The graphic that you're seeing on this slide shows the locations of the 3 motion activated cameras. Based on this additional analysis, DWR's previous estimates for recreational use in the vicinity of the project site were substantiated, validated the conclusions that we made in our environmental impact report. Next slide, please. Citing the Lookout Slew project was an extensive process, as DWR needed to consider specific elevations and biological characteristics suitable for tidal habitat restoration. DWR has a mandate from federal and state wildlife agencies to restore intertidal habitat at very specific locations. The map that I'm sharing on the slide is from the Delta Plan, and it shows intertidal elevations in dark green. These are the only suitable areas for tidal habitat restoration. As you can see, this is a very limited amount of area within the Delta, and it provides limited potential locations for a restoration project like Lookout Slew. In this case, the Lookout Slew project objectives also includes flood storage and conveyance requirements, specifically the goal to expand the capacity of the Southern Yolo bypass. So if you look at this, the slide that, or the map that I have up on the slide, this further constrains where we can site a project like this. We have to be within the dark green areas and within the Southern Yolo bypass. There really are no alternatives for a landscape level site like Lookout Slew. I will summarize how DWR approached siting this project and the considerations into 4 points. First, it's within the Cache Slough complex, which state, federal, and wildlife agencies, as well as the Delta Plan, consider a prime area to advance tidal wetland habitat restoration due to its connectivity to the Yolo bypass floodplain, suitable elevations, high turbidity, high primary and secondary productivity, and due to current and historical use by native fish, including Delta smelt and Chinook salmon. Secondly, all other sites suitable for large-scale habitat restoration that are connected to the lower Yolo bypass are already restored or are undergoing restoration. Third, the location allows for connectivity with other habitat restoration projects, maximizing the benefits for native fish, giving them the best shot at recovery. And fourth, its location allows for the expansion of the lower portion of the Yolo bypass in order to decrease flood risk in and around the lower Sacramento River. Next slide, please. The flood risk reduction goals of the Lookout Slough project originate from the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which is California's strategic blueprint to improving flood risk management in the Central Valley. The Central Valley Flood Protection Plan focuses on increasing overall flood system resiliency, accounting for climate change impacts. The CVFPP and companion plans, including the state system-wide investment approach, specifically call for the expansion of the southern Yolo bypass to convey additional flood flows. The Lookout Slough project, by creating additional capacity in the lower Yolo bypass, is a critical component of the state's overall flood risk reduction strategy, and it will help provide localized benefits for Delta communities, such as Rio Vista. When citing the Lookout Slough project, we built upon foundational work done by DWR's basin-wide feasibility study, which evaluated project alternatives for expanding the Yolo bypass. This is the map that I'm showing here on the slide. The feasibility study included a setback levee within the future site of the Lookout Slough project. The key takeaway here is that the Lookout Slough project is sited in the southern Yolo bypass to be consistent with the state's well-established and long-standing flood risk reduction goals. Next slide, please. As we stated in our revised certification, DWR confirms that there are existing recreational uses at the project site. Our original assessment of existing uses was mainly seated in the understanding that parking and fishing from the levee were unauthorized, based on no trespassing signs and no parking signs, and the official state of the Slough Bridge. However, while county parking restrictions and private ownership signify that some uses are unauthorized, there is nevertheless a mix of authorized and unauthorized uses at the site. So in our revised certification, DWR has corrected this, and we've confirmed that there are existing recreational uses at Liberty Island Road, Slough Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Next slide, please. To address the issues identified in the council's determination regarding conflicts with existing recreational uses, DWR confirms best available science was used to develop the methodology to estimate recreational use in the vicinity of the project site. As I mentioned previously on best available science, at the suggestion of the Delta Protection Commission and Liberty Island Access, as well as other outdoor recreation subject matter experts, we collected on-the-ground user information between August and the end of October in order to capture peak use at the site. According to the National Park Service, most parks have their highest visitation during the summer, lower levels during spring and fall, and their lowest levels during the winter. For the Lookout Slough site, we wanted to capture summertime, Labor Day, as well as the opening day of hunting season in mid-October, a day that we knew would be an outlier, but would allow us to document the highest use at the site. All recreational areas see seasonal variations in visits due to factors such as changes in daylight hours, weather conditions, extreme temperatures, precipitation, and fishing conditions and quality. Seasonal variations is why we were careful to collect on-site user information during peak use time. So we do disagree with LIA's approach to calculating annual visitations that was shared earlier, because it doesn't account for any variation in usage at the site. By collecting our on-site data following best available science principles, DWR confirmed estimates for recreational use are as accurate as possible, given available data and using scientifically scientifically supported approaches to estimating visitation. With this additional validation of our user estimates, DWR confirms that there are existing recreational uses at the project site that would conflict with vacating a portion of Liberty Island Road and eliminating pedestrian access to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Next slide, please. DWR cited the project carefully to emphasize flood and habitat benefits while minimizing overall conflicts with a variety of existing uses, ranging from agricultural operations to water intakes and diversions and recreation and public access. In addition, during early design workshops, DWR considered whether maintaining Liberty Island Road to retain access to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve would be feasible. However, we found early on that maintaining pedestrian access would require project design features that would reduce the project's overall habitat and flood storage benefits and change the project's qualifications for funding sources. Restoring tidal function to over 3,000 acres has come with some unavoidable conflicts. Siting the project at a different location to completely avoid recreational conflicts was not feasible due to the requirements for habitat and flood benefits and the lack of alternative sites. However, as part of the design, DWR has worked to maintain recreational features to reduce conflicts with existing uses to the extent feasible, and overall provides a net gain for public access at the site. These features include creating over 20 miles of new publicly accessible and navigable waterways for uses such as motorized and unmotorized boating, fishing, waterfowl hunting, and bird watching. This is over 3,000 acres of what is currently privately owned, inaccessible lands that will be opened up to the public. We will create 2 new vehicle turnarounds on Liberty Island Road in the northern corners of the project site. These turnarounds will be paved and will create space for informal parking, as well as emergency and agricultural vehicle access. We will build a new publicly accessible boat ramp for hand launching watercraft. The boat ramp is designed for public agencies to launch motorized vessels for habitat monitoring, enforcement, patrolling, and safety purposes. The project design preserves over 500 feet of bank fishing along the western bank of Slew, which is the waterway immediately adjacent to the project site shown in the graphic here. Lastly, new wayfinding signage will be installed throughout the site to convey essential information about new recreation opportunities. Signs will be installed at each of the 9 breaches, which are shown in the figure here along Slew, to encourage boating access into the newly created tidal channels. Signs will be posted at each of the Liberty Island Road turnarounds with an overview of project information and detailed site maps. And signs will be posted throughout the site near sensitive habitat areas to convey safety and access restrictions. These signs were added to the project based on feedback we heard from Solano County and CDFW during the listening sessions. Next slide, please. This view is zoomed in on the northeast corner of the site, where we will have a turnaround area, preserve bank fishing, and install the new boat ramp. The project preserves the existing use of bank fishing from the western bank of the Slew, which is what we're showing here on this figure. One of the key findings from our on-site vehicle counts and surveys was that 86% of the visitors that currently fish or that currently come to our site fish on the western bank of Slew, and they do not visit Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Following the project implementation, bank fishing opportunities will be maintained on the Slew levee north of the first breach. So an angler who fishes off the bank now will still be able to do so post-construction. This includes a disadvantaged community member or any user who may be fishing for food, as well as fishing for leisure. A new boat ramp will be installed at the northernmost breach and will be accessible for the public to hand launch watercraft. This is an example of a new facility that we are adding to the site where no boat launch or formal facility exists today. The boat launch was originally incorporated into our design at the suggestion of CDFW as their preferred way to access Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. For reasons related both to public safety and for the protection of sensitive habitat, public vehicle access on the levee and at the boat ramp is not feasible. We believe the boat ramp will be well used by the public, hand launching watercraft to explore our site as well as Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. It's much safer than hauling a boat or a kayak down the levee, which is what is done today to launch at this site. Based on our observations, many waterfowl hunters will use the boat launch to access Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, as well as our newly created tidal channels. Our on-site surveys and counts documented that a high percentage of waterfowl hunters use some type of watercraft, nearly 70%. The new boat ramp will be designed to current California State Parks Division of Boating Ways and Boating Ways guidance, and considers appropriate velocities for hand launching vessels. It's also considering safety issues due to its location within the floodplain, which I would note is unlike some of the examples that Mr. Dahlke shared earlier today. The boat launch will be 82 feet wide, 187 feet long, with a 16-foot drivable width. The person in the boat and the figure here are shown for scale. I've also included an example of a boat ramp that DWR recently constructed just to give a visual of the scale. Another new facility that we will construct are the 2 new paved turnaround areas in the northern corners of the project site. On my next slide, I will zoom into those areas. If you could advance to the next slide. Thank you. As part of the project design, Liberty Island Road will be improved along the northern boundary of the project site, and 2 new paved turnaround areas will be created. These turnaround areas are designed to accommodate a safe turning radius for large trucks, including agricultural vehicles and vehicles towing a trailer. Currently, visitors who recreate at the project site park their vehicles along the shoulder of Liberty Island Road, which has no designated parking areas. Formal parking was not incorporated into the project design because there is currently no formal parking, and it is not compatible with sensitive habitat mitigation and regulatory permit requirements. However, DWR did consider informal parking capacity. Within the turnaround areas, we found there is space for up to 36 cars without impeding vehicles from using the turnarounds. 36 cars is the equivalent of the average weekend vehicle count at the site, but keep in mind that's a daily average and not all those visitors were seen at the site at the same time. Based on historical aerial imagery that we also analyzed, the most cars we observed at the site at one time is around 25. Because we have 2 turnarounds, this creates space for about 70 cars to informally park within the right-of-way of Liberty Island Road. Furthermore, the newly repaved Liberty Island Road along the northern border of the site can act as an overflow area for parking along the shoulder of the road, which is consistent with what's done today and consistent with county ordinances. We are confident that post-project, the site can absorb existing vehicle use, including outlier days such as the opening of hunting season. Next slide, please. The Lookout Slough project site was designed over several years through iterative design drafts and multiple reviews by regulatory, state, local, and federal stakeholders. The project design considered options for keeping pedestrian access to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve and considered various alternatives for the number, location, and sizes of the 9 breaches, as well as the size and location of the levee D grade, which is a lowered portion of the levee acting as a passive weir, which allows floodwaters onto the site from the Yola bypass, expanding the capacity of the bypass. During the listening sessions last September, DWR met with Liberty Island Access, the Delta Protection Commission, Solano County, and CDFW to better understand their concerns related to public access and solicit input on the project's recreational features. Based on these meetings, we identified 4 distinct proposals for increasing public access at the site. DWR analyzed these proposals, including all the options LIA presented here today. We also, again, looked at various breaches alignments and eliminating all the breaches and what that would do for the site. Again, we had considered many of these options during our iterative design development, but we conducted additional modeling to evaluate specific an evaluation specifically for the Delta Plan revised certification and in response to the council's findings. We analyzed these design proposals for their feasibility with our project objectives and regulatory permit requirements. To ensure we met the standards of the Delta Plan, each design proposal was analyzed considering Delta Plan feasibility criteria, including economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological. Additionally, we considered how the proposals would affect our ability to meet project objectives. We evaluated flood, storage, flood conveyance, habitat, and operations and maintenance factors, and conducted hydraulic modeling to evaluate flood protection changes and tidal wetland performance changes based on modifying or eliminating breaches. Our analysis is detailed in the revised certification, but to summarize, our key findings were that none of the suggested alternatives provided greater flood benefits. In fact, all options reduced flood optimization. All the suggested alternatives reduced habitat benefits for delta smelt and other native fish. Some of the alternatives pose specific concerns for special status species protection, such as giant garter snake. Several of the appellant's proposals raise additional concerns from DWR flood engineers and from CDFW for consistency with permit requirements. For example, through our hydraulic modeling, we found that eliminating the northern breach, which was suggested earlier today, results in inferior flood conveyance performance during high water flows, and it increases tidal dampening, which reduces the overall habitat benefits. There are also significant maintenance and deferred maintenance costs associated with Shag Slough levee and the road. Additionally, installing parking sites within the project interior would directly threaten special status species at the site that the site is designed to protect. After analyzing and modeling, DWR determined that the proposed project design changes would reduce habitat and flood storage benefits to the point the project objectives would not be achieved. So that concludes our summary of the revised certification and our additional analysis, and I will hand it back to Rachel Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. To summarize, DWR is asking the council for two actions. First, to adopt the draft dismissal as proposed by council staff. And secondly, to find that DWR has met the substantial evidence standard in the revised certification for all four findings that were remanded in the July determination. We attach the scientific and other supporting documents for the points made today, including the new survey results and other data, directly to the revised certification. But if staff has any specific points that require assistance in locating, please let us know. We can provide the citation. DWR understands that the water code necessarily limits the scope of a remand to just the findings. However, we also believe that recreation is and will continue to be an area to be addressed in the Delta. As we noted last time we were before you, not all projects are compatible with all proposed recreational uses, and Lookout Slough has incorporated recreational features that introduce new elements and expands existing opportunities to the extent that was feasible. But recreation should not only be discussed in the context of a covered action. Recreation is a regional issue and must involve multiple stakeholders to be successful. We're going to take a little bit of time to discuss the MOU with Solano County and CDFW. This MOU is not part of the covered action, nor before the council for consideration under the remand, but it is of key importance to the Delta Stewardship Council and its efforts. As a side note, I recall last time the MOU was described as merely a promise, and I would remind the council that this is the result from a settlement agreement to resolve litigation. It is more than a mere promise, and concrete steps have been taken to move it forward. With that, if you could please advance to the next slide, I will hand this back to Deputy Director Turnell for our closing statement.
Thank you, Rachel. We are here today because in 2009, the legislature and the governor agreed that the Delta's fragile ecology, its local and export water supplies, and its unique social and economic fabric demand and deserve action. The Lookout Slough project exemplifies that action. Once completed, it will be the largest Delta tidal habitat restoration project to date, adding significant acreage to the 5% of historic wetlands that remain today. It will help secure water supplies to over 26 million Californians by helping to satisfy state water project permit requirements. It will help reduce flood risks for over 1 million Sacramento Valley residents. As you have heard over the last hour or so, the project accomplishes these things while also avoiding conflicts with recreation to the extent feasible. Beyond this avoidance of conflicts, the project includes the construction of new recreation features, 20 miles of navigable channels, where there is currently 3,000 acres of private land inaccessible to the public today. It includes wayfinding signage to boost awareness, education, and safety. It includes new areas for safe and accessible parking. And it includes a new boat ramp for the public to launch boats and kayaks and paddleboards. Lookout Slew is an all too rare example of a project that actually lives up to the term multi-benefit, a term heard in every serious conversation about a climate resilient future for our state, and a word that has become almost synonymous with innovative and necessary. In my opening comments, I mentioned two primary objectives for DWR's testimony today. First, to show how we fully address the issues on remand, and second, to help cut through the fog of other issues being raised to address Liberty Island Access's specific appeal on DPP2. In closing, I will mention a third objective. That is to once again point to the Memorandum of Understanding signed by Solano County, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and DWR. It is in the record before you, and it deserves a read. What you will see is that this is not a performative MOU. This is not for ceremony or political superficiality. The MOU directs our three agencies to bring together all of the voices necessary to make real the next big increment of Delta recreation enhancement. There will be no plan that sits on a shelf or momentum that fades away after some period of time. The MOU is an agreement to broadly solicit the public's ideas, take the best and most promising concepts, and then move those all the way through project planning and permitting. It's an exciting process and one that we take very seriously. I and Charlotte and our colleague Michael Roberts will be leading this work for our department. No delegation. This is who's at the table and accountable. With that, I'd like to again thank the council for your leadership and attention to the issues raised today. We thank your staff for the incredible amount of work that they put into these proceedings, and we look forward to your decision later this spring. Thank you very much, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Turnell. Also to Ms. Taylor and Ms. Biggs. Appreciate the information and presentation you've just provided. Council, are there any questions of the Department of Water Resources? Seeing none. Oh, wait, it looks like the judge is speaking. Judge, can you take yourself off of mute? Judge, yeah, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, better done after the break, okay? What can I ask those questions? Is Mr. Dalkey going to be present by any chance?
Good question. I don't see him on screen.
No, maybe he's not.
Mr.
I can move
Dalkey.
him back over if there's a direct question for Mr. Dalkey, but afterwards.
Thank you, Judge, and we'll definitely take that up. So we have what I consider kind of an unusual circumstance here. I know that we're all tired and we all want to take a quick break for lunch. However, I know that there are quite a few people who want to speak on public comment, and I don't want them waiting longer than they need to. So if the council is okay, could we take just a quick 5-minute restroom and grab a quick bite and resume in 5 minutes so that we can take public comment, if that's okay, and then we can take a 30-minute break after the public comment period, if that is agreeable to the council.
No, it's fine, Virginia.
It's agreeable.
Okay, so let's come back at 12:20, if that's okay. Wonderful. Okay, see everybody at 12:20.
I'm in the midst of the hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, let's reconvene. We will now start with public comment. Please keep in mind when providing comments today that the scope of the council's review is limited to whether or not the revised certification of consistency was supported by substantial evidence in the record before the Department of Water Resources. Beck or Brandon, if you'd like to, okay, it's already there. Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment needs to contact the council clerk via the email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or by calling my telephone at 916-798-9817 and provide your name and organization if applicable. Those requesting to comment will be called on by the council clerk to speak in the order these requests are received. Oral comments are limited to 3 minutes. Additional time will be allowed for questions by the council members or council staff. If a large number of people express interest in providing comments, we may shorten the time limit of speakers during the public comment portion of the hearing. In the interest of time, we respectfully request that if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, simply state that fact and add any new information you feel is pertinent to the issue. We will again now open public comment to members of the public. Beck, do we have any public comments?
We do. I'm going to start with Daniel Armstrong, and then next up would be Bruce Herbold.
Okay, we'll start with Daniel and then with Bruce.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me correctly?
Yes, Daniel.
Yes.
Okay, so this is going to be 3 minutes on the dot, correct? I mean, I submitted an entire letter to you on behalf of the organization Restore the Delta, who I'm an intern for. So I see that you started the clock there with 3 minutes. The letter that I sent you guys is probably going to take well over that. So I'm not even going to bother to read this. I'm just going to say that basically the main points of the presentation that Taylor gave are all things that I and my organization have echoed in the letter that has been formally sent to you guys, and you can review at your own leisure. Me being a common lower class citizen who's lived out in the California Delta for my entire 25 years of existence, I'm a person that has spent thousands upon thousands of hours inside of this island in the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. It is an area to where there are unprecedented amounts of anadromous fish, both native and non-native. It's an area to where duck hunting is very, very popular. The recreational usage for the area just goes, there's no end to it. It's an area that the common person who doesn't have the budget to go use their boat coming up from Rio Vista can go after work on a Friday night or a Saturday or a Thursday afternoon, like I'm going to go do today. And this is an area that when DWR takes away the 1.5 miles of shoreline access and gives me 500 feet to be in, it's an insult. It's 110% an insult. It's a place, again, to where me coming from an impoverished, low-income Delta community, I grew up in Hood, the Cortland area, and Walnut Grove. When I worked low-income agricultural jobs in 2016 through 2018, Liberty Island was an area that I knew I could put aside in my budget to go fishing out with my friends. I could drive 45 minutes to an area and explore the island. It's a natural resource. It's a wondrous place. Loss of access to this area is a straight up tragedy. And to be confined to what Lookout Slew is at the present day, and even the projected models, that's an insult as well. I urge you, everybody that's currently looking at this or listening, go out there one day and drive and look at what Lookout Slew is. It's an irrigation ditch. You're literally going to be putting people into a tidal restoration project that is created off of an irrigation canal. And that's flat out a tragedy and insulting to people that are historically disenfranchised and people that are going to be directly impacted by this project in a negative manner. So you can please read my statement if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I understand we have Bruce next. Is that correct, Beck?
It is. We have Bruce Herbold, followed by Jacob Katz.
Cool. Hello, yes. I'm Bruce Herbold, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. And I've been working on fish biology in the Delta since 1979. I worked for US EPA for 21 of those years, and I'm now working as a private consultant. I've spent a large part of my life trying to prevent the extinction of Delta smelt and promote the recovery of them and other native species, especially salmon. Gosh, this clicking clock is tense making. And I want to make two points today. One, times have changed, and the other, realtors are wise. Like the first of that on how times have changed. Like many of us over 65, I long for the good old days, but times have changed. Since the year 2000, we've had more drought years than any other kind. That drought has been punctuated with the occasional deluge, like 2017 or like last October 24th. And then last week, climatologists said there was a good chance that the drought we have been going through could continue for the next 20 years. And we have lots of longer droughts in our paleoclimatology work, looking at tree rings, et cetera. And so we can deny it or we can adapt to it. But in any case, the world we live in is different than it was when I got here in '79. And for realtors, they say that that it's all location, 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 and Lookout Slew is, as was described by DWR's Ms. Biggs, just the location for what we need to supply to Delta smelt, to salmon, to keep them from going extinct and even to help them recover. We know this. We hope that tidal wetlands are good. We know it from other places, but here we know that the Yola bypass and the use of it by fish is crucial to their protection and recovery. So there's not very many places that we can do this work. This is where it happens, and I love the design. I think it does have a lot of potential to provide things for people who like fishing and for people who like everything else about the Delta. Floods are going to rearrange this landscape, and we saw that with Oroville in 2017. We are not prepared for what the world is going to throw at us and has already thrown at us. And so levees and structures are going to be rearranged. We can plan their rearrangement as we're doing at Lookout Slew, or we can hope for the best. I like planning. And we can plan for what the fish need and what we need for flood control to protect humans. And that's what Lookout Slew is doing. I understand the desires of people to keep things as they are. I just don't see that as one of the options. So I think I'll stop there. I've got 11 seconds, 10 seconds. So that's what I have to say. And I will also submit some comments as a written form. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate the comments. Jacob, is that correct, Beck? Next.
That is Jacob Katz, followed by John Brennan.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jacob.
Great. Well, my name's Jacob Katz. I am lead scientist at California Trout, which is a 50-year-old conservation river and fishing organization. We believe that healthy waters and healthy fish populations are, the best thing for California. I would point us back to a couple happy happenstances even. And that is that as ecologically functioning, as ecologically impactful as the flooded Liberty Island is, that it is an accident. It happened through breached levees that allowed us to actually see the ecological impact and benefit of flooded tidal areas in the Northwest Marsh, in the Northwest Delta. It is exactly this kind of tidal marsh that is being sought to reproduce, to actually better and enhance just across Shag Slough on the landscape scale footprint of Lookout Slough. And in that way, what is really being sought after is an enhancement, is an even better fishing experience, because we're creating at landscape scale, reproducing the natural processes that create fish abundance, that create the food webs which allow for fish, both native and otherwise, to proliferate. And that it is exactly that which is going to increase our fishing experience in the Northwest Delta generally. There are impacts, there are changes to the landscape itself, but that what's happening is that we will have easier access to high quality habitat than we do now. I'm reminded of Macbeth, that in some ways, Burnham Wood is coming to Dunsinane. The landscape itself is coming closer. The high quality habitat and recreational experience with those either boat-based or by foot is now going to be more accessible than it was previously. That changes to that accessibility are inevitable, but I'm really looking forward to working with the MOU signatories and pressuring from this access perspective to get as much regional access, including driving access to shoreline opportunities as possible. So I think we can have both fishing opportunity as well as restored habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate the comments. Next, John.
This is Brandon Chapin of the Delta Stewardship Council staff. So John Brennan was not able to make the meeting, but he asked us to read this comment into the record. So I'm reading on John's behalf. On behalf of John Brennan, Sacramento Valley resident, landowner, conservationist, rice producer. My name is John Brennan. I have worked in rural real estate and the California rice industry for over 30 years. I am also a proponent of the ongoing Nigiri fish food projects in the Sacramento Valley and Delta. I was involved in the assemblage of properties and now comprise the footprint of the Lookout Slough project. I also helped with the acquisition of the various environmental offset easements required for the project's permitting. At this point, we all seem to agree our aquatic ecosystems need to be fed. Science points to the lower end of the Yellow Bypass and the Cache Slough complex as the right place to add intertidal habitat to feed the Delta. The proposed Lookout Slough project, which contains 3,500 acres and is located at the intersection of the Yellow Bypass and Cache Slough complex, makes it the right project in the right place at the right time. There is broad consensus in all Delta planning efforts, past and present, that say this project is what the Delta needs. Through leadership from the Department of Water Resources and other project proponents, Lookout Slough has successfully obtained 36 of the 37 governmental permits required to begin construction. Despite its overwhelming support, this project apparently falls just short of perfection. A special interest group representing the public concerned with access on a neighboring property is keeping Lookout Slough from moving forward. The idea that Lookout Slew is hung up on a public interest issue is mind-boggling to me. I often say on the various tours I give that if the public knew how much we were spending studying and planning in the Deltaverse, what we are spending on building projects, we would all be fired. I call it the Delta Consulting Complex. Plan after plan has been written over the years and with very few habitat projects ever built, because while plans may be perfect, projects are not. For the public, construction of the Lookout Slough project means moving towards stabilizing our native fish populations and taking the pressure of environmental regulations off our water systems, which support all of our public uses, habitat, farming, and urban, especially during periods of drought. The Lookout Slough project is celebrated because it also integrates both local and regional flood control benefits, all while allowing for recreational opportunities within its 3,500 acre footprint. All that being said, the main public benefit that may be provided today by the Delta Stewardship Council is not setting a precedent that a single special interest group can stop a project that provides overwhelmingly for the greater public good. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the DSC, and I look forward to seeing you on the floodplain. And again, this is John Brennan being read by Delta Stewardship Council staff.
Thank you, Brandon. Beck, the next speaker.
Next public commenter is John McManus, followed by Solano County Supervisor John Vasquez.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm John McManus. I'm the president of the Golden State Salmon Association. We represent sport and commercial salmon fishermen and women, as well as related businesses. We have about over 5,000 members and supporters. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the project moving forward because of its ecological importance. Some people talk about the Lookout Slough project as primarily benefiting Delta smelt, and we strongly support that, but it also supports juvenile salmon. And I'd just like to flag to your attention that the Sacramento River is becoming increasingly hostile to rearing juvenile salmon because of climate change. We're getting conditions up in the river that are bad. We're seeing more and more juvenile salmon migrate down into the Delta and try and find a place where they can hang on and grow for a few months before they move out to the ocean. The Cache Slough complex is one of those places. I don't know if you folks noticed, but recently they released some hatchery-raised Delta smelt in the Delta. And where did they turn up a few months later? They're right next door to your project. So we have every reason to believe they will be utilizing that area. You saw the maps from DWR showing the dark green areas. This area, God isn't making them anymore. We have very, very few. So it's crucial to get this thing online and get it online soon. And I'd like to just point out that in addition to helping the ecosystem, this project long-term will also be helping all the people that are involved in the salmon industry. And that goes for people who work in boatyards all throughout the Delta, people who work in marine electronics all throughout the Delta in Northern California, people who work in the inland fisheries, people who work at Fisherman's Wharf, in fish processing houses. There's many jobs that are tied to a healthy ecology, a healthy ecosystem. And we just don't have the type of habitat that Lookout Slough offers in very many places. We need it desperately. So I would just make the case, I think we can develop other fishing sites. We don't want to see access denied to anybody. That's not what this is about. We would support maximizing public access. And we hope that there's been a fair handling of that here. I can't attest to how DWR has handled the public access issue, but I assume they've done so in good faith. But we can build access elsewhere. We can't build this type of habitat elsewhere, and we desperately need it. As Bruce Herbold said, location, location, location. And I don't want to be insulting to our friends in Restore the Delta who appreciate this place and have been going there all of their lives. We appreciate that too. We just want to flag the unique character here and the need to get this project yesterday. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Now on to Supervisor John Vasquez.
Yes, I have J.M. Vasquez, and I am assuming that that is you. So I'm going to unmute you now.
Am I good?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Gosh, I gave my whole 3 minutes in the last 30 seconds, but I'll try it again. Well, good afternoon. And Madam Chair, thank you so much. And to the rest of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Lookout Slew project. I would encourage you, in fact, I would ask you to vote to dismiss these appeals and to certify the project and to allow it to move forward. It is a multi-benefit project. And though some of those benefits that truly benefit Solano County is the Cache Slew Habitat project that the state is funding. It will help protect our diverters right now who are not really protected. It's an opportunity that we worked on so that those landowners around there are protected from diverting water and for the take. On top of that, the ag aspect of it, the department has worked to reestablish an area that was once farmed and the land was used for sugar beets. Sugar beets left California in 2008. So the land has been fairly fallow for that time period. It is now up and running. It is irrigated pasture, which is really important to the cattle industry here in Solano County, which happens to be number 4 in our top 10 crops as of last year. But the other part is the levees. Not only do we get a new levee that protects the lands to the west, but we've also gotten money from the department up to, I think it's $5.1 million to work on levees in and around the project itself. And again, I'll talk about working with landowners. That's been really important. It's been about a decade of working with landowners in there, understanding the impacts, always willing to share their concerns, in which they have, but you hear no landowner today appealing any of this. And lastly, the recreational opportunities, which I think are very important. I would hate to have the smelt come back and then have people poaching out there. Hopefully the smelt do come back and that this project really does what it's intended to do, but I'm always concerned about the activities down in that area. And before it was cleaned up a little, there was a Liberty Island Hunt Club, which if you saw pictures from it before they cleaned it all up and took it all away, it was a dumping ground. And it was a problem for Solano County and in particular law enforcement. But lastly, what this agreement does with DWR is it sets up a template from which we can continue to work towards. As a few of the speakers have said, you can't find this kind of habitat. It is at the right level. Solano County happens to be kind of ground zero for that habitat restoration, and we fully believe we're going to see more and more. But the template in place of working together early with DWR is in place. Lastly, thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Beck, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Steve Shaw, but I am not seeing him on the attendee list, nor am I seeing the phone number associated. So Steve, if you're listening under a different number, maybe contact us and let us know what that is. I'm going to move on to Daniel Liu. And then after Daniel is Solano County Supervisor Mitch Mashberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Daniel Liu. I'm a professional bass fisherman and avid hunter. I've been using the Lookout Slew area for quite a long time, actually before Humphrey the Whale showed up, if that tells you anything. Everything that I've seen and proposed watching this today is a positive. I applaud everybody that was involved on the boat launch. That looks very nice. As far as losing access, that's completely false. You're gaining. Maybe you're on foot. Now you can access the Cache Slew side as to where you were never able to get there by land. Everything is a benefit and should be moved forward. The other thing a lot of people aren't realizing is the prize fish here to be caught is a striper. That's what most anglers come down here to catch. Well, if you don't have a supplied bait source, you don't have a very good population of fish to catch. There's also an abundance of panfish that will be using these sloughs and everything else that are cut in. every bit of it is a total benefit, and I would honestly like to see it go forward. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the comments. We'll now move on to County Supervisor Mitch Mashburn.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Awesome, great. So Solano County Supervisor Mitch Mashburn, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Supervisor Vasquez covered a lot, and so in the interest of not repeating that and saving time, I would just say that Solano County is in support of this project, and I would urge you to not to deny the appeals at this point, please, because as you saw from some of the pictures from the appellant, all the vehicles parked along the top of the levee up there, that's not parking either. That's a road. They're parked in the middle of a road, taking up an entire lane down the middle of what is a levee. It's not safe. In that same picture, you can see a previous burn that occurred on that levee. That happens out there with regularity because that's not a use that is regularly or lawfully permitted out there to be bank fishing and parking. At this point, the county's not finding that there's a conflict in land use with this project at all. The one land use issue we have out there right now before the county will be the vacating of the road for the project itself. The landowners in that area have expressed that if they have their way, we would be vacating that road at Swan Road, which would mean that there would be no access to that levee. There would be no access to the proposed extra parking that might occur at the boat launch. If the county moved forward with, at the request of the landowners, with the vacating the road at the other location. There have always been issues with the uses on that levee. I'm a proponent of regional access and uses. And to that end, we have a MOU now with the Department of Water Resources. They've been acting in very good faith with us. They have put their money where their mouth is with regard to funding some research for this regional access. And so I think they are meeting the goals of trying to assure that there is public access to the Delta and to this region. I am the sole elected official that represents this region. And from the public in my area, in the cities of Rio Vista, the cities of Dixon, the cities of Vacaville, I have not heard any negative input about this project. I have heard positive input from them about the habitat restoration and what it will bring for the region, both to agricultural businesses and to the recreational users. I appreciate your time, and I would urge you to deny these appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mashburn. Beck, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ted Sumner, followed by Brian Bush.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ted Sumner. I'm a retired state scientist. I have over 30 years experience working in the Delta, much of it focusing on this particular region that we're talking about. So I'm really speaking as an informed member of the public. The main points I want to share are first, the urgency of the project. Second, the high value of the project with multiple benefits. And third, the consistency with the Delta plan. So as you've heard from some of the others, our native species are in a dire situation. We have drought, we have multiple other stressors. A number of our species are teetering near the brink and are desperately in need of a helping hand. But work by myself and my colleagues, such as Dr. Herbold and Dr. Katz, clearly show that this project area is one of the most important lifeboats for our native species. So for example, it's one of the few places where Delta smelt seems to do okay. And as you heard from John McManus, It's also one of the primary nursery areas for juvenile salmon, not just in wet years when Yola bypass floods carrying the baby fish into this region, but it's a particularly important area in dry years where this is kind of one of the major refuges for young fish that really supports that commercial fishery. So besides that, we have evidence for a variety of other species. You heard about giant garter snake. It's also one of the major food banks for the whole rest of the Delta. So given the scale and its location, we have high confidence that this project would be a huge boost to these species. The next issue is really flood protection. And I think we all know that flooding is the most serious natural disaster risk that we worry about in the lower valley. And while the performance of the Yolo bypass facility has been excellent for flood management, we know that climate change is shifting our baseline, and it's a matter of time before we get that mega flood. But we also know Yola bypass is a bottleneck, and opening it up through projects like this is going to be, a huge boon to the system. So the bottom line is we need to act now. We need to get this project started immediately before we have a mega flood or another species tips over the edge. Nothing about projects is predictable in the real world, but this is the closest thing we have to a sure thing for a multiple benefit tidal wetlands project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sommer. Beck, our next speaker.
Next, we have Brian Bush. And that he's followed by Mark Hansen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to thank the council for letting me speak today. My name is Brian Bush. I'm the general manager for Reclamation District number 2068, which is located adjacent to the property just north of the Lookout Slew project and right along Liberty Island Road. We are the most public agency to this project, not including RD 2098, which the project is within and is fully represented by the proponent of this project. RD 2068 is supportive of habitat restoration projects. However, like any other project, Lookout Slew needs to minimize and mitigate impacts it creates. I think it is important to realize that the Lookout Slew project is being completed to mitigate impacts that the state water and the Central Valley water projects have had on fisheries. This is not a public uplift project, and a higher standard should be used to determine mitigation requirements for mitigation projects. As the Delta Stewardship Council previously found, recreation will be impacted by this project. And the project is not being designed to minimize impacts, and no mitigation has been offered. There have been no changes to the project from the last hearing. The only benefits to recreation are only incidental. DWR says it's working with Solano County to improve recreation opportunities. However, this just shows that DWR believes recreation conflicts are significant and it needs to provide mitigation. However, DWR is not guaranteed any funding or a specific project with this MOU with Solano County. How can DWR determine if mitigation is enough if the mitigation is not defined? DWR needs to complete a supplemental EIR that would add the mitigation features to the project and provide a funding source. Reclamation District 2068 will be impacted by the parking on our levees by recreation if Liberty Island Road is closed near our pumping plant. I will make sure that parking along the road is properly towed, and I will call the sheriff every time there is someone trespassing on the public access for both 2068 and 2098. The district will not allow our levees to be used in a similar way that RD 2098 has on Liberty Island Road in the past. DWR's proposed parking at the end of Liberty Island Road is not included in the EIR for Lookout Slew project and would have to go through an environmental review to be implemented. DWR hasn't analyzed the impacts due to vehicles potentially leaking oil and coolant, et cetera, that would drain directly into the Delta sloughs. The parking lot is only an idea, and implementing it would require many permits. The district will oppose this parking lot. DWR has been less than honest in the previous hearing, as described in my written comments, and the county council needs to require the changes to the project offered by DWR to be addressed in an environmental document and funds identified before approving this project. DWR and Solano County have not worked with the local reclamation district and its landowners, and Solano County does not represent the views of the locals. DPP2 does not favor a county at the expense of other local public agencies, but is intended to address all local land use impacts and local agency concerns. RD 2068 urges the council to send this project back to DWR to implement mitigation before coming back for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker is Mark Hansen.
Yes, Mark Hansen. And I'm moving him over now.
Good afternoon, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. The person that spoke just before me very succinctly articulated what my main point was. As an avid user of the Liberty Island area, I have never wanted this project not to go forward. I fully see all the benefits of the program. The challenge has been that at no point in time has the Department of Water Resources provided access and guaranteed it, right? The original boat launch access was over 3 miles away from the point that we would be losing our access to and would put us into dangerous waters, right? The new proposal would be a far superior solution, but as the previous speaker just mentioned, he's going to oppose that as well. So we're in a situation here where we, the general public, are simply asking for access to this wonderful nature area. And if you can get the Department of Water Resources to commit to completing the designs that they showed for the very first time, to my knowledge, in this meeting today, where they are putting parking arrangements within a reachable area on the north end of the environment, I think all of the hunters and fishers of that area would be more than welcome to see that happen. But if they don't commit to that, then they're just blowing smoke. And I can go through point by point. I won't because of time, but they are still making falsehoods on the statements that they made in their presentation today. At any rate, I do want to revisit this. I'm very much in favor of this project, but we just want access. That's really all we're asking for. Please ensure that there's some level of access granted on the north end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Beck, any other speakers?
Yes, we have Jesse Farver, and followed by, we'll be reading the letter by Eli Ransdell. And Jesse, go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yep. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hello, my name is Jesse Farver. I'm just calling on behalf of me and my friends who frequent Shag Slew and Liberty Island for fishing and hunting. While we overall support the project and its ecological benefits, I would like the Delta Stewardship Council to send the Lookout Sioux project back to DWR until they provide reasonable and satisfactory public access to Liberty Island or provide necessary mitigation, particularly speaking, increasing the available bank access along Shag Slew. I personally have been going to Liberty Island and Shag Slew for over a decade, and Liberty Island and Shag Slew provide unique land-based public access to the Delta for many Solano and Yolo County residents and should be protected, not considered insignificant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. Next speaker, is it Eli?
Vice Chairman Reyna, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Brandon, you're going to be reading the letter. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no, no worries. So yeah, this is Delta Stewardship Council staff again reading a submitted written comment because they're not able to attend the meeting. This is from Eli Ransdell. Dear council members, I am urging you to reject DWR's Delta plan without mitigation as it eliminates public access. I live in Dixon and I have been going to Liberty Island and Shag Slew for 3 to 4 years now, and it means a lot to me to be able to hunt and fish in these areas with my family and friends. I spend hundreds of hours there a year. It would be a great tragedy if this project moved forward without any mitigation for public access. Please say no to the project for myself and the thousands of other people who recreate at Liberty Island. And again, that's Eli Ransdell as read by Delta Stewardship Council staff.
Great. Thank you, Brandon. Beck, are there any other speakers?
That's all the speakers I have requested, but if there's anyone else who would like to comment, please raise your hand. Or those on the phone, please feel free to press *9. and let us know that you'd like to comment.
Again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak or to
I have,
comment?
excuse me, I have Devin O'Day.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Devin.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comment. And I just want to echo the sentiments of other hunters and anglers that have expressed the importance of this location. And someone that grew up in the Bay Area, I just want to emphasize that access and opportunity for recreation is very limited, and this is a really, really important place. We really support the goals of this project, but feel that it's really important that the recreational access is not lost for all of the users in the area. And we appreciate your consideration and hope the project can go through, and hope that we can have some mitigation for recreation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Devin. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on the appeal of the revised certification of consistency for the Lookout Slough project? Seeing and hearing none, we will now close the public comment portion of this hearing. We will now hear from any council member who wish to ask questions of staff, the parties, and/or the commenters. If you have any questions, please specify who your question is for so that the clerk can unmute them. Do any of the council members have questions? Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yes, maybe for DWR staff, I don't know if it'd be for Charlotte or for Chris or someone else, but at any rate, as we heard in the presentation, certainly from the department about their research and so forth, but in the discussion about the access, the nature of that access, and I guess I'm curious, as I asked a question certainly of Taylor much earlier in the discussion today, but I guess as to how it was decided that the boat ramp that is being proposed under DWR proposal is the best approach to providing for public access with the parking area there and so forth. And so again, I don't have good working knowledge of different types of designs, but I see the pictures, I see how they could be used by members of the public versus someone who would trailer their boat in and ease it down into the water versus some of the other pictures that were shown. And there may be a whole variety of ways that can be accomplished, and certainly Department of Fish and Wildlife obviously had that listening session, and sounds like there's some familiarity with different types of approaches to that. So I guess I'm curious as to how it was decided that that's the best way to approach access to the water.
Yes, thanks, Councilman member Natoli. Do you mean the actual design of the boat ramp, or why we put a boat ramp there?
No, not so much why. Charlie, I think that's been answered. Obviously, we've heard, but the actual design, again, and we're not approving design here today, but in some of the comments, I think maximizing that access for a variety of watercraft, I guess, and ease of access and so forth. And so I don't know, Charlotte, if you could respond to that. I guess I saw the design that was in your pictorial, and that was just a ramp off the end of the levee, I think, a gentle ramp versus some of the other pictures that were shown. And there may be other designs as well. So
I see. Yeah, so we used the California State Parks Boating and Waterways current guidance for when we were designing the boat ramp. And we were also considering its location within the Yola Bypass floodplain. So I think some of the other examples you saw earlier this morning are not, within a floodplain or an area that you would have high water events. And we know that we will have high water events at this location. So that's really some of the major considerations that we went into designing that boat ramp and the way that we designed it. It's designed for motorized boats. It is designed for agencies to be able to do monitoring. These are large sites, and monitoring is typically done by boat. there is no boat ramp in the area currently. So even, in the summer or other times, not necessarily during a high water event, but if there was a public safety issue out there, this boat ramp would be able to be used by the sheriff, local agencies responding to an event. So we took that into consideration as well, made sure it was big enough for sheriff type vehicles and trailers and boats that they would be using. So those are some of the considerations. If you want more information, I can go to the technical team waiting on standby, but that's how I would answer.
Okay, no, I appreciate the response. So you said you used the guidelines that Department of Parks and Recreation state used. And again, I think you explained how it would be utilized potentially. What about though Department of Fish and Wildlife? And some, again, I think one of the examples that was shown would be a dock that, that would float. That would, some of them are fixed to the, either to the levee adjacent and or may not have the same capacity, but we've got places to launch throughout the Delta, and waters may come up in a different fashion than the inundation that may occur in the bypass or the volumes. But how did the Department of Fish and Wildlife criteria fit into the thinking here in what was ultimately decided, or was there the opportunity to do a couple of different approaches at that location?
Like more than one boat launch?
Yeah, one that would have the components that you just spoke to, which I think are key and critical. And I think from a public safety and response standpoint for different types of watercraft, but for motorized watercraft, as you said. But what about for those that might be of a different type of, a smaller boat? We heard from kayakers. I think the last time we heard the appeal before it was remanded, we heard from kayakers, people that have small fishing boats and so forth that may not even be motorized. Likely they are, but much different caliber of watercraft. Did you look at a couple different alternatives, or maybe adding the second one? The one that you described, and then building into a component where you can access a different type of a launch in the immediate area there.
Yeah, I think so. The current design, as we envision it, will be able to be used for both. So I think that we designed it to be able to be used for motorized boats and larger boats. And the good thing about that is that it can be used for smaller boats, kayaks, launching non-motorized boats. And we did in that, we considered the velocities that would be safe to do that, coming from the bypass across that degraded levee and across the boat launch. And so we made sure that it would be a safe area for folks to hand launch boats.
And DFW weighed in on that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so in the iterative design phase of the project, we discussed with CDFW potential access points to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. And we talked with them about how do they access it, particularly because the site is mostly underwater. What we heard from them is that CDFW accesses their own site by boat. That's how they access it for management and monitoring purposes. So we worked with them to design the boat launch. They weighed in along the way on the design, the actual design and specs of the boat launch. Okay. And they actually requested us to allow the public to use it as an access point to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. So that was their suggestion in the CEQA comment letter that they submitted on the draft EIR. So it was a iterative design process, working together, but for public safety reasons, we can't have the public driving on the levee because it is degraded and it isn't a floodplain. So we do expect high water events at the site. We estimate once every 5 years, in wetter years, but in those times, if we had folks out on the levee, it would be a huge public safety risk. And so we had to weigh that in our design as well.
So is this available for public launch then? Somebody mentioned, it is, somebody mentioned about a gate that they couldn't get access through. So public launch, they could actually back their trailer,
not with their trailer. So you'd have to carry the boat to the launch from the gate.
It's going to limit the type of craft that,
Very similar to how it is today, though. So folks launching boats out there today have to carry it and walk and then go down the side of the levee, which the slope of the levee today is much steeper than the slope of the boat ramp. So this is a safer alternative, very consistent with how folks are using the site today.
Thank you, Charlotte. That's all I had.
I have one question additionally. Can you hear me, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, Judge.
But my question relates back to the discussion about folks that were fishing for food. And what I'm interested in knowing is, do we have any idea what percentage of those folks are actually doing that? And do we have a feel for that, or do we have a statistics for that, or not? Does the staff have any idea what we're talking about? I mean, it's tossed out, and obviously some of us are very concerned about that. But on the other hand, I'm just I just don't get any. These folks are looking for food, but they can't. This will deprive them of that opportunity. Is that been considered by anybody on the staff, for example?
From a staff perspective, we are aware of the material that Ms. Biggs described in her presentation. I might just defer to the department to expand on that point if they choose to.
Yes, one of the questions we asked in the in-person surveys was, how people were recreating at the site, what their use was, and we found that of those fishing, about 20% said that they would eat the fish, as a food source. That was the way that we framed that question. So a relatively low number of those that we surveyed were fishing for a food source. And I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, that will be a use that's preserved. If you go out to the site in the future, you will still be able to fish at the site. And we argue it will be better fishing conditions, more fish at the site. So that's an existing use that will be preserved. Although it is relatively low, we definitely considered that, and we very much respect that use and wanted to ensure that it was preserved into the future.
So that would be the turnaround area and okay. All right.
Yes, directly adjacent to the turnaround area, there will be no restrictions on folks walking out onto the remnant levee, fishing from the bank down into Slew. That will all be accessible.
Good.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one follow-on?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Councilman.
Kind of sparked by what Judge Damrow was asking. Charlotte, there was discussion about maybe extending the levee length, still allowing for inundation. Obviously, it might encompass a little bit of the area that would be otherwise breached. What thought was given to that? Because that seemed to give a little more room, a little more bank in which to fish off of, adjacent to the waterway, but actually have water on both sides under this scenario. So I'm curious about that, because I think at least in Mr. Dahlke's presentation, it took it down to where the first breach is proposed, but even something in between that would give a bit more space, still, provide for what the project entails here. So I guess I'm curious as to how serious that was considered and why it's not a part of this versus including that suggestion.
Yes, thanks for the question. So the way that the site is designed is there's a 15-foot degrade to the levee in the north and the south. So the water, when we have a high water event in the Yolo bypass, it will flood the bypass, and it will flow across in the northern part of the site, through the site, and out through the southern end. So we modeled in our development of the site and in our conceptual design and all throughout our design phase of the project, various alignments for breaches throughout the whole site. So right now we ended up with 9. So we did model keeping pedestrian access all the way down to the bridge, for example, what that would look like for flood benefits. We also looked at just having a few breaches north of the bridge, only 1. We looked at a lot of different scenarios. When we had the listening sessions with Liberty Island Access, we went back again and looked at that more specifically. And what we found is that the northern breach, the most northern breach, as well as the degraded levee is needed. Both are needed to provide the flood optimization that we see on the site. So we could not eliminate that breach and still meet our flood objectives on the project is what we found.
Thank you for responding.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the council? I actually have a couple follow-up, but before I ask my question, Judge, I know that you had asked about Mr. Dalkey. Did you have a follow-up question that you wanted to ask specific of Mr. Dalkey?
Well, I mean, I don't know whether he can answer it though, because I mean, the part of the problem is the presentation doesn't seem to indicate a precise number of folks that use the fishing for food. I mean that he just said generally that's what some of them do, but I don't know whether he has any information beyond that. I'm sure we would have heard it if we did.
Vice Chair, I have another question if Mr. Dalkey is going to come back. I'm intrigued to hear that if the access for fishing is not blocked, does he still have, I mean, what is the real issue? Like, I almost want to see side by side, two pictures that shows now and, after, before and after, and really assess and understand if it is really a blocked situation or not. And if it's not, then I'd like to ask Mr. Dalkey why he thinks it is. If any chance, I mean, if there's any chance for him to come back and.
Yes, actually,
Yeah, I'm here on mute. I can hear and speak if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm not sure if my slide deck is available to present again. If I do have a side-by-side on slides 21 and 22 showing what removal, what the bank fishing access loss would look like before and after. I believe this may be directed towards the council member's question. Is this relevant?
Yes, sure.
To what you were asking?
Sure. I mean, I'd like to comprehend this slide and really see the impact.
Yeah, so I guess on this slide, I show the length in yellow, which is the currently accessible bank fishing access. On the right-hand side, you can faintly make out where the bridge is. And on the left-hand side is where Liberty Island Road makes that first southern turn. And so that's equivalent to 7,900 feet, approximately. And then the following slide shows how many feet remain after DWR's design is implemented. I'm not sure if someone can change to the next slide. And in red, that is showing what has been eliminated, and yellow showing what remains, which is approximately 844 feet. So it's about 90% loss of access along the western bank of Shag Slough. And it is, obviously a 100% loss of any of the bank fishing access that occurs on the eastern side once you cross the bridge, which some folks certainly make use of in order to fish inside Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Does this address your question? Or
it does. And I would like after, Judge asks his question or you answer his questions, I would like for the staff to just explain, how would we see is there any other, how is it mitigated? I'd like to hear that from the staff. Judge, I think you had another question from Mr. Dalkey.
Well, no, I think that the idea was that if you're going to mitigate the access to the banks or to the bank, it would seem to me that you got to be very careful about that, particularly if people are utilizing that for their food source. And I think that's the problem I have. So, it can be mitigated to some extent, or for example, there's what 844 feet versus 8,000 feet. I mean, that's a significant
reduction. Yes.
I have a question. How much of the amount in yellow that you'd originally showed, all 7,900 feet, how much of that is actually legally accessible? Because there was some comments made that where people are they currently have access, but it's not legal access, I think was the term they used.
Yeah, I mean, I would speak to that. The DWR submitted a copy of the ordinance relevant to parking along this road, where parking is prohibited along the western side of the road, which would be kind of the bottom part of the image in this orientation, while the eastern side, which is adjacent to the Slough waterway, is publicly accessible for parking. And the California state constitution provides the benefit to citizens to have unfettered access along public rights of way that are interesting with publicly accessible and navigable waterways. So by that alone, the public has legal access along the eastern shore of the levee to park. Some comments were made to the width of the road. There's certainly sufficient space for folks to park and have 2 vehicle lanes passing. But yes, folks legally park there and have legal constitutionally enshrined right to access to this waterway, since it is a publicly navigable waterway.
And where they're not legally parked, is that causing any problem with the levee?
Yeah, can I speak to that from the Department of Water Resources? Respectfully, Liberty Island Access is speaking about only parking, and this is a state plan of flood control levee. It's private property, and all access on the slope of the levee is, we talked about this last time, it's unauthorized and it is trespassing. We considered it for the revised certification because it is an existing use, and we wanted to ensure that some of that could be preserved to the extent feasible with our project design. But if you're asking about legal access, none of it is legal. And I can have Rachel Taylor elaborate on that if you'd like more information.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Lee?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I just had a follow-up question with regard to what we were just talking about in terms of access. We're being told that 90%, according to Mr. Dahlke's presentation, 90% of the access for bank fishing is now eliminated. And in the Department of Water Resources presentation, I saw that 20 miles, there's now a brand new 20 miles of bank fishing access. So I guess I got confused. So are we restoring 20 miles? What is that equivalent to according to Mr. Dahlke's presentation? So Charlotte, would you mind answering?
Yeah, so one thing I just wanted to note is that the 800 feet of preserved bank fishing, we collected on-site information in order to inform that. Is that going to be enough space for 27 cars a day? And we believe that it is. So we considered that with the on-site information that we collected. To answer your question, Vice Chair, with a mitigation site, this is a mitigation site. So we do a lot of different restoration sites in our portfolio of work. On sites that aren't mitigation, we are able to incorporate trails, have more public access, but on a mitigation site, there's a restrictive conservation easement put in place. And so we had to consider that. So I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but I just wanted to mention that. So what we found in doing all of our restoration in the Delta, almost 30,000 acres now is what we've been able to plan. We found that on mitigation sites, the best compatible public access use is by the waterways. So it's not a matter of willfulness on our end of not wanting to have pedestrian access or not wanting to have bank fishing. It's about what we can do that's compatible within the regulatory framework we're working with. So the 20 miles of channels are within the waterways. So that's what we're able to promote on this site. Open up access to, but again, right now it's completely privately held land, inaccessible, and we are opening it up to the waterways. So folks either launching at our site or at Rio Vista or other sites will be able to come up here and use the site to recreate. So hopefully that answers your question.
I have a follow-up question, if possible, Charlotte. Could you be more specific in a case? I mean, I understand that it could be a lot of details and project profile and all that, but there was a concern from an earlier on meeting where I think Mr. Dalkey had that also, that, not only access, but access that is, possible for people so they don't have to walk and carry their things and back and all that. Would you address that? Because I keep thinking about mitigation, I want to make sure that it's mitigated. I want to make sure, as probably the council's position, or I don't want to talk for everybody, but our position is to not, we're concerned about, the whole idea of people who are using the fish to, nourish themselves and all. Could you address that?
Yeah, so I think what you're asking about is why there isn't more pedestrian access or more
effective, efficient access, that people don't have to walk 3 miles and carry their, cold store. I mean, all that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do just want to clarify that, the turnaround areas that we envision people parking are a few hundred feet or less than that, really, depending on where they want to launch a boat or start their access. So I wouldn't say it's miles, it's a few feet. But in terms of, pushing the envelope for more pedestrian access or more access on the site at all, we were in consultation with our regulatory agencies throughout the development of this process, and more specifically since July.
Yeah.
So when we, at the last meeting, we proposed adding more pedestrian access just specifically to the crown of the levee, for example, the new setback levee, as a place that people could hike. But the sensitive habitat areas there caused a major concern for CDFW. We had a series of meetings with them right after the July hearing last time, and they brought up a number of concerns, specifically with regard to giant garter snakes and even pedestrian access, bringing in different diseases and things like that was a serious concern for them, and not something that they saw as a compatible use on our site. They asked us then to focus all public access, pedestrian style public access to the northeast corner of the site, which is what we ended up doing.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Does the can you put up that Mr. Dalkey's exhibit that shows the yellow line?
Before and after.
Yeah, before and after. I'm just want to know. Yeah. Okay. What I want to know is I'm looking at this small band of the yellow band here, and is that conflicted with the boat ramp and such, or is that clear use of the bank?
That's clear use of the bank. It actually goes a bit further. It goes all the way past that first little blue waterway. So it's Mr. Dalkey showing it cut a little short here, but it's unobscured access that someone could be on the side of the levee fishing. And then at the end of that area is where the boat ramp is.
So, okay. So as I understand what you're saying to me, the first of all, it's a clear bank there without any conflict with the boat ramp. And if I understand it also, that the turnaround area is also right adjacent to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's he's not showing it here, but it's where kind of where the levee jogs, and that it goes at an angle there. That's about where the turnaround is. So right in that corner, directly in that corner.
Okay, and that's about 830 or 40 feet, right?
From this, yes.
Yeah.
Less than 1,000 feet, yes.
Okay.
I have one more question. You had mentioned that the boat ramp was going to be large enough for law enforcement, but also smaller boats and kayaks, et cetera, could be launched from that. Does the public have access to the ramp to drop off a motorized boat?
No. So the design of the project is there will be a gate at the end of the turnaround, which was, again, we're always trying to thread this needle of different, interests and different concerns. And so when we met with Solano County, we met with CDFW, we had concerns that were raised about public access or driving onto the boat ramp. I guess the other thing I would just mention is that the remnant levee itself would need to be maintained. to a higher degree. And then we had the flood concerns, the public safety flood concerns about enduring high water events. So those were some of the considerations. To answer your question, no.
I understand that there is a quick housekeeping announcement from Brandon. Brandon?
Thanks, Vice Chairman Dueño. Yeah, just a quick housekeeping announcement. We see that there are a few members of the public that have raised their hand on the attendee side. This portion of the hearing is solely for the council and parties for question and answers. But if there is any additional information or anything you would like to submit for the record or the council, feel free to email it to engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov, and we'll make sure that it's provided to the members and part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, I'm curious, and maybe this got answered the last time we heard this, but what happens to the Shag Slew Bridge? Is it because it comes stranded out there, cut off from basically land access, and sitting in the waterway, floodway? It's obviously there now, but it does connect to something. So what happens with the bridge, and who's responsible for it?
So this is Rachel Taylor from the Department of Water Resources. That is part of the road vacation process that we're currently navigating with Solano County right now, because they're the owner of the bridge. And so they have a request to us to, since we're removing access, to remove the bridge, which we did note in our revised certification that was the current ask on the table. That is something in a process that's going to go through the Solano County road vacation. But the intent is not to have a stranded asset out there that would become a liability or a safety hazard to the boating community or to those in the area.
So, Rach, if I understood you correctly, that it's still a matter under consideration, but that as a part of this project, DWR, assuming there was agreement, you would remove the bridge? Is that?
That has not been finalized yet. That may be a requirement from Solano County as part of the road vacation package.
But be clear, the bridge isn't going to be a stranded asset under whatever scenario is, I guess, ultimately decided. That's because it would pose. Right, because no maintenance deteriorate in place. So
yeah, it's currently not being maintained and has structural defects. And so yeah, that's a major concern for the county to make sure that it doesn't end up as an eyesore or a hazard.
Right. And I recall that from last year in the discussion about kind of the status of it, but it wasn't clear to me, and that's why I asked the question as to, okay, if this project moves forward and gets certified, and you're going through the road vacation process, which you spoke to last year, obviously still underway. One of the supervisors spoke to it in their commentary, but the intent is that that bridge would be removed, and so there would be no connectivity. And recognizing that you're going to reach the levee on the west side, but it does land on even though it's in a marshy area on the east side, right? It comes down and touches on the ground on the Liberty Island.
Yes. Yeah, and there's a gate there currently, because I think right now people park and then they have to walk down the road, over the bridge, down to the slope if they're going to launch from that side, from the mud. But yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the council? If not,
Madam Chair, this is Daniel Zingali. I was just wondering if I could waive whatever my portion of the time would be to allow those members of the public to continue to engage. I'm concerned people might have taken off time to do this, and I'd like for them to have the opportunity to do that if possible.
if you want to waive your time, that's absolutely, up to you. Yes. I'm just concerned for all parties. Me specifically, that needs glycemic issues, but yeah, we can absolutely do that. So do we know how many people are wanting to speak? Brandon or Beck?
At this time, we do not, I'm not seeing any new commenters. I see a couple of people who previously raised their hands have raised them again on the public comment side. And let me check in with, I have a phone number and I'm not sure who that's affiliated with, so let me check in.
Councilmember Zingali, I so appreciate what you're wanting to do, and I totally agree that we definitely want to hear from the public. As mentioned before with Brandon, if we do have additional public comments, we absolutely encourage you to submit those comments. We definitely want to hear any and all comments if you weren't given an opportunity. But just given the time constraint we're in, I personally would like to get something quick into the tummy. So I'll leave it up to the rest of the council. Yes, Councilmember Lee.
I have a suggestion. Could we take a vote to reopen public comment after we take a break for lunch?
I think that's a good suggestion.
That'd be fine with me. Yeah.
That's fine.
Fine, yeah, I don't need, you re-voted, the chair can reopen the hearing, I believe.
Yeah. So it looks
I'm
like,
okay too. I'm okay. Vice Chair.
okay.
I'm fine. Here.
Christy?
Sure. We should probably make sure we have that logged into the record appropriately, though. If that was a motion by Councilmember Lee, then I second. Because
Perfect.
we need to officially reopen public comment.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Lee, second by Councilmember Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so why don't we take, would you all agree with a 20 or 30-minute lunch break? 20 or 30?
30.
30.
Fine.
Okay, let's take a 30-minute lunch break and resume. How about just to, Judge, just to be fair, just so that we can keep our timekeeping, what if we come back right at 2 p.m.?
Sure, that's fine.
Is that okay? Okay,
Good.
we'll take a short lunch recess and resume at 2 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We have all the council members on. I see Christy.
Information was regarding the percentage of people who fish for food. Table 16 of the Department of Water Resources Attachment E shows that 33% of September visitors surveyed were fishing for food and 41% of October visitors surveyed were fishing for food at the site. That's all.
Okay, let me restart the meeting. Okay, Maria, are you there? I don't see you. Judge is back. Okay, looks like we have a quorum. We're going to go ahead. And we're going to start this meeting. We're going to resume our meeting, I should say. In the fairness of time, I would just want to try to make sure that we consolidate as much as we possibly can, given our time constraint, because I understand that Council Member Maria Moranian has another, well, she has a hard stop at 2:30. So given what we've just heard, I am actually going to reopen the public comment period. However, I am going to ask staff member Jeff Henderson, if you could, Jeff, if you could just please remind us, the council, what the scope and what the dynamics are in terms of what we are doing today on this item, and then we'll open it up to public comment. And I will also offer the department to respond with equal time once we've heard public comment. Again, just in the fairness of time, we will limit public comment to 1 minute per person. So Jeff, please remind us as to the scope of what we're doing today.
Happy to do so, Madam Vice Chair. The matter before the council today, the potential action item the council would be taking today, as a reminder, would be to dismiss, essentially to dismiss the issues that we're not focusing on in this dialogue. And so want to acknowledge that the staff recommendation that you'll see at the conclusion of this hearing is to dismiss the issues raised by Solano County Water Agency, as well as the mitigation measure issue raised by Liberty Island Access as having been previously considered by the council and appeals denied. So I just want to reiterate that point. Secondly, indicate that for members of the public, this is not the final opportunity to address the council, and for council members, this is not the final opportunity to seek input from staff and or the department representatives concerning this issue of DPP2 as it relates to recreational uses and the appeal by LIA. Today is our hearing on this matter. Our staff recommendation at the end of the hearing is going to be for the council to provide direction to us as staff to prepare findings based on what we hear today, and then to bring those findings to you at a future meeting, which will provide another opportunity for public input. So that the decision on these DPP2 related recreational issues is not today's decision. That's a decision for a future meeting. Today's decision is on the remainder of the issues to dismiss those so that we can then focus on this particular issue. I'd also like to respond to, I believe, Councilmember Medueno, your earlier question concerning kind of the scope of what we're reviewing. And I guess I would just remind the council that the standard that we're using as we're considering this project is whether or not the department's decision to certify the project as consistent with the Delta Plan based on these findings from the previous appeal are supported by evidence in the record. There is no provision that allows for the council to essentially condition a project or impose particular design features or components on a project. That discretion is left with the lead agency or the filing agency. Our concern is whether those decisions to incorporate certain features are supported by substantial evidence, and within the confines of DPP2, whether avoiding or reducing a potential conflict. Essentially the question is, does the project avoid or reduce a conflict where feasible? And so our consideration is really, has the project considered feasible means to avoid or reduce those impacts? And does the record support those considerations? So I just want to kind of reset for everybody that focus of what we're considering today. And that concludes my comments at this point, Madam Vice Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate that. Okay, again, given that Councilmember Zingali has opened it up for to open up during his time, we're going to go ahead and take additional public comment, even though we had already heard public comment and closed that portion. We reopened it, and we're going to limit to 1 minute per person. And concluding, we will give the department an opportunity to respond in fairness to the process. Beck, are there any additional public comments at this time?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I have a phone number ending in 130. You should be able to unmute yourself with *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Brian Riley. I've been fishing out at Liberty Island for 3 years, and great place to go, a lot of wildlife, really enjoyed it. I've picked up some benefits to the program, but there's a couple concerns I have. So the boat dock itself, in order to use that, if and when I buy a kayak, if I understood correctly, I have to drag my kayak 900 feet to get to the boat ramp. Did I hear that correctly?
Brian, we're going to take your comment and we will respond accordingly after we've taken public comment from the department.
Okay, and then just one more comment. So it's kind of deceiving that you said we're increasing by 20 miles. That's if you have a boat or a kayak. We're being cut down as shore fishermen down to 800 feet. And I'm curious if any of the woman who said that, or any of the TWRs that you guys have ever fished out at Liberty Island and seen how little 800 feet is when there's that many people out there. Other than that, again, it's been very educational. I appreciate both sides, and need to inform myself better, but those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Beck, next speaker.
Our next public commenter is Bobby.
Yes, my name's Bobby. I've fished out at Liberty Island and been out here for a few years myself. And I've been listening to this. I would like to know if I understand that the access is being cut down to approximately 1,000 feet or so on one side. But my understanding is there's a new levee being built on the other side. Is the public going to be allowed to access but that side by foot or bike? And if so, how many feet or how much area would the public have access to along, per se, the Duck Slew or Cash Haw Slew side? I would like to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Beck, next speaker.
Next, we have Daniel Armstrong.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks again to the council for hearing our statements. Just to clarify, I and Restore the Delta support this floodplain restoration project and similar restoration projects like it. Personally, I myself would actually love to have more flooded islands and tidal floodplains in my area. The science and benefits to native fish is indisputable. As John McManus of Golden State Salmon and numerous anglers and scientists stated, this project is an extreme positive for the ecosystem, but a loss to the common person who does not have access to a watercraft. Am I correct? Another thing I take a little issue with is the connotations provided by some of the commenters regarding shorebound anglers and recreationalists as being simple riffraff, or implying that current recreation on the Shag Slew and Liberty Island area is carrying a connotation of illegality. I'm for the project going through as long as mitigation for shore access is done. And also those 40% of people that are surveyed as being fishing for their food probably have a lot to say about this as well. And I'm willing to wager they're not going to attend one of these meetings due to lack of outreach. Thanks for allowing me to comment. Have a good day.
Thank you, Daniel. Beck, next speaker.
That concludes the second lineup of public comment.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much for those who took the additional time to address your questions and comments. We will now allow the department to respond to these questions, and in fairness, we'll give you an additional 4 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the council. Again, Chris Trinnell, TWR. I want to turn my time over actually to Dr. John Boss. He's our principal investigator for the recreation studies that we performed, just to provide some professional clarity on what we have found out there through our best available science. So if I could turn it over to Dr. John Boss. His last name is B-A-A-S on your screen.
He's getting moved over. Just 1 second.
Hello, everybody. This is John Boss. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, John.
Okay, thank you for the time to speak. I just wanted to comment a little bit on the environmental justice issue. We heard a lot about that earlier this morning, and I wanted to bring us back to the North Delta, Your Voice survey that Ms. Biggs mentioned in that survey, and that was focused on disadvantaged individuals. People had an option to name specific recreation places that were special to them. That survey revealed about 200 place names were named. However, none of them included the name Lookout Slew or Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Then thinking more specifically about the survey that we did in late summer, early fall, we did give people the option to complete surveys in Spanish. We had Spanish speaking members of every survey team that went out. We had surveys that were translated into Spanish. We completed about 135 surveys, yet out of all of those, only 3 people opted to finish those or complete the surveys in Spanish. We did notice other ethnic groups represented, but again, nobody except for 3 respondents had asked to actually complete a survey in Spanish. And then finally, I just wanted to speak to the issue of lineal feet of bank available for fishing after the project is implemented. You know, the average number of cars that we calculated based on 90 days worth of data, some of which included some very high count days during waterfowl hunting season. It's 27 cars, which comes out to about 54 people spread out across an entire day. Not all those people necessarily fish. So by my thinking, you know, 800 feet or so of lineal feet should be adequate to support fishing for people looking at that average. And then finally, I wanted to emphasize that when we asked people about fishing for food, we didn't drill down into subsistence. I'm an angler, I fish for food. I don't represent a disadvantaged community. So just wanted to bring us back to the environmental justice issue. So I think that's all I have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. One thing I just wanted to add to the conversation, harkening back to some conversations before the break, related to distance between parking and shoreline fishing. I think there was a couple different questions being asked and answered at the same time, and I wanted to be very clear that the parking diagram that Ms. Biggs showed earlier in her presentation and our presentation is directly on the other side of a levee from the 800 feet of accessible shoreline fishing. It's not 800 feet away. It's not 900 feet away. There's some mischaracterization happening there. It is directly on the other side of a levee from where parking opportunities are being afforded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnell, and thank you to Dr. Boss. Given that there is no public comment period, and we have already taken two, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment period again. And
Madam Vice Chair.
yes.
I believe Mr. Dalkey had some comments that he was offering before we came online. Like he offered those responses to the judge's question before we came online. So I believe it'd be appropriate to offer him the opportunity to offer those for the record.
Duly noted. My apologies. Yes, Mr. Dalkey.
Yes, no, certainly. Thank you. I wanted to address Judge Damrell's questions earlier regarding the percentage of people who have been surveyed out there as being shown to be out there fishing for food. September in table 16 of attachment 2E, DWR shows that 33% of the folks that they surveyed were out there fishing for food. And in October, that number was 41%. So I wanted that to be clear. I also wanted to make a comment related to these 20 miles of channels, which, you know, as we've seen, only about 4% of the current users will have any ability to access. Not to mention the fact that these channels are only be accessible by hand-launched paddle craft, and to paddle anywhere near the distance that it takes to reach some of the further parts of this Lookout Slew project are really limit the accessibility for folks. I mean, some of these distances are really large, going all the way down to the end of Shag Slew and then up in these channels, you know, you're talking like 6 or 7 miles each direction. So I think that it is a misrepresentation to make it sound like these 20 miles of channelways are all equally accessible. What you end up having here is a situation where, you know, DWR is kind of, you know, they're breaking our legs and they're putting a Band-Aid on our elbow. 96% of the folks who come here, they just bring a car, they don't have a boat. And so this impacts a huge proportion of people where they have showed no mitigation for, despite the fact that DPP2 stipulates that they must show in the record that it is not feasible. And they haven't shown that for a lot of these options that we've presented them, that CDFW has presented them. They haven't shown that these are feasible or not feasible. They haven't even discussed these. And so the record shows that they still have a burden to provide mitigation to avoid and reduce the conflicts to 96% of the 20 some odd thousand people who come and visit us each year. And those are the people that we represent, many of whom, as the judge asked, 41% or 33%, somewhere around there, are out here fishing for their next meal. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dalkey. We'll bring it back to the staff. Does staff have any questions for us, the council, for the parties, or any of the commenters?
We do, Madam Vice Chair. We have one question for DWR.
Okay.
And I would ask AGP if it's possible to pull up DWR's presentation again, and would ask Chris, Charlotte, and Rachel, if we can focus on the diagram that showed the estimated space for parking spaces. Not sure which in the sequence that slide was. That one, yeah. So we've heard reference today in different settings to space for 35 or 36 cars. We've seen this map that's been presented as part of the presentation, and would just like some clarification, if possible, as to kind of where this information resides in the record with regard to kind of reconciling the available space to the capacity for 35 or 36 vehicles, as well as the basis for the overflow informal parking along the road. That's the just information that I guess we'd like a reference to where that reconciliation is made in the record that identifies the potential for this area to accommodate that level of vehicle parking, and to the degree that that's a part of the proposed covered action.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So this particular graphic is in the record. It's in, we can give you the exact citation, but it's in the miscellaneous folder. It's a Wood Rogers exhibit from, it has a date. Nothing in the record is labeled, they're all just date and exhibits. So that's where it is. It's called alternative 2. We actually looked at 2 alternatives here, depending on the way that cars parked, how many cars they could fit. So it's in the record that we submitted. Again, we can email you the exact date. It's 2021-02-18 is what it's called.
That would be helpful. We'll take a look as well, but if you can provide that information, that'll be helpful for us.
In terms of the parking along the road, that's the current use out there today within Liberty Island Road. There's no designated parking, so it's happening on the shoulder of the road. And within existing county ordinances, that similar use on the shoulder of the road would be preserved. So folks could still park within the county road. That's consistent with county ordinances. So the county would have to take an action to change that. We've not requested them to do so, and that is where it stands. So it's, in terms of where it is in the record, it's kind of a lack of information because we haven't asked them to make any changes to current regulations.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I would mention that just to add, that northern border of the road is a mile long. So that's, we figured, we took that into consideration, the length of the road for how much parking could be accommodated in that space.
Okay. That's our lone question. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I actually would like to personally thank all of the parties and members of the public who have contributed to this proceeding. The council has received very valuable information from the parties and speakers we heard from today. The council is now tasked with considering the staff recommendation outlined in this morning's staff presentation. Again, I would like to ask staff to remind us of that recommendation. So Jeff, could you lead us, please?
Yes, please. And if it's possible to pull up the council staff presentation and focus on slide number 19.
Madam Vice Chair, I think you might have had a hand up from one of the council members.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see.
Yeah, I think Julie had her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Julie, I did not see your hand up. But
I was just curious, when they had the DWR map up there showing the parking spaces, if they could kind of explain where the ramp fit into that. But it looks like we've passed it, so I will catch it at a future opportunity. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yes, council member. So it's a little cut off in this graphic. We could go back one more slide, but if you kind of compare the two, so the turnaround area is that northern corner of this graphic, what we were just zoomed in on. Bank fishing's directly adjacent to that. And then the boat ramps at the end of that area. So this is a engineering rendering, 3D rendering of that area. So if you want to go switch to the parking graphic, so the directly south of this area is the bank fishing. And then the boat ramp is south of the bank fishing area on the levee.
Okay, thank you.
So now if we could go back to the other presentation and focus on slide 19. Again, want to reiterate the staff recommendation for today's potential action by the council. You've now conducted the public hearing on the appeals of the revised certification C-2021-10, and the staff's recommendation is to consider and adopt attachment 2 to the staff report titled Dismissal of Issues on Appeal of the Certification of Consistency by the California Department of Water Resources for the Lookout Slew Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project for certification number C-2021-10 and the findings contained therein. And I would just summarize for your benefit that essentially would include findings whereby the council would dismiss the appeal issues raised by SCWA, as well as the appeal issues related to GP 1B2 raised by LIA, and then direct staff to prepare draft findings regarding non-dismissed issues on appeal of revised certification C-2021-10 pursuant to the Delta Reform Act and the council's administrative procedures governing appeals for the council's consideration at the April 28th, 2022 council meeting, and issue such notices and take such steps as are necessary in carrying out the intent of that directive. And again, for your benefit, that action would essentially direct staff to prepare findings based on what we have received in the certification and the appeals, what is in the record, and what we've heard today at the hearing with regard to LIA's appeal of DPP2 issues related to recreation. That concludes a summary of the staff recommendation. Happy to respond to any final questions.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions of Jeff? From the
Madam Vice Chair, this is Member Natoli. I'm curious, how is the public testimony taken into account?
Council staff considers the public testimony as part of the material that we have before us in making those findings and determinations on DPP2. So we have been actively monitoring what's taken place today. We will be reviewing the transcript that's prepared for this proceeding and incorporating, as applicable to the issues that we're considering, the public comments that have been offered.
Okay, and that includes if they're received in writing, is there a cutoff deadline? Is today the cutoff, or is there a deadline that's still post this meeting where folks can weigh in on the issue that would come back to us in April?
We would very much prefer to have those comments today at the close of the public hearing. However, we will consider comments that are submitted thereafter, but it would be our strong preference to have those today.
Understandable. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, we will now move on, and I want to again thank all of you for being so diligent and listening and being as patient as you have all been. Members of the council, do I have a motion? And the motion would actually be to adopt attachment 2 to the staff report titled Dismissal of Issues on Appeal of the Certification of Consistency by the California Department of Water Resources for the Lookout Slew Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project, certification number C-2021-10, and the findings contained therein, and to direct staff to prepare draft findings regarding non-dismissed issues on appeal of revised certification C-2021-10 pursuant to the Delta Reform Act and the council's administrative procedures governing appeals. The council's consideration at the April 28th, 2022 council meeting, and issue such notices and take such steps as are necessary in carrying out the intent of the council's directive. Do I have a motion?
Vice Chair, this is Maria Moranian. I move approval of the staff recommendation of denial of the appeal.
Thank you, Councilmember Moranian. Is there a second Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember, a second by Councilmember Christy Smith.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
may I suggest a friendly modification to the motion rather than denying the appeal to dismiss the appeals?
Absolutely. Duly noted.
Madam Chair, if the motion could be to approve the staff recommendation as you read it, just to make sure that all of the items that the staff needs directive and approval for are included, that would be helpful.
I can amend the motion.
Yes, please, Maria.
Yes, I can amend the motion with move approval of the staff recommendation. Hold on, including, wait, so we're taking out the denial of appeal. Is that true? What was the modification, if I understood right?
Right, the modification, I think the modification I would recommend would be to consider and adopt attachment 2 to the staff report and direct staff to prepare draft findings.
Okay, okay.
As was read into the record
Okay.
by Vice Chair Madueño.
Sure. Can we say amend as modified?
Farah?
If possible, can we just have a new motion? And the way I would phrase it is a motion to approve the staff recommendation as read by Vice Chair Madueño.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Second. I second.
Oh, Maria, I thought you were our.
No, somebody called the motion again. I'm okay with modifying
Point of
the
order, I
motion.
think it would be helpful if Maria withdrew the first motion,
Yes, please.
Yeah. that's what I-
restated the revised motion, and then I will be happy to second again, but she needs to withdraw the first motion and
Sure.
restate.
Sure, withdraw the first motion and restate as modified in the staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Moranian, a second by Councilmember Smith. Beck, will you do a roll call of a vote, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Councilmember Damrell,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Moranian,
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Zengali.
Aye.
And Vice Chair Madueño.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
The council will deliberate and take action to either remand this matter to the department for reconsideration or deny the appeal within 60 days. We currently anticipate that this would occur at our April 28th, 2022 meeting, which at this time we expect to be in person. A quick reminder that we council members and staff remain subject to the ex parte communication prohibition on this matter. This hearing is now adjourned. And we will now conclude with our regular council meeting. Given that we do not have a chair's report, I am going to actually, well, we do have a chair's report, but not from an actual chair. But at this point, I do want to again acknowledge and thank our former chair, Susan Tatayan, who I thought was an incredibly well-versed, incredibly knowledgeable chair who served with great passion on this council. And so again, I want to publicly thank you, Susan, for all that you did, all that you stood for, and for your dedicated service, not only to this agency, but to the state of California and to the residents. We will now hear from Amanda Bull, who will give us an update or share with us the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee Restoration Subcommittee update and give us an update on the meeting preview, which is scheduled for next week. Amanda.
Great. Well, thank you, Vice Chairman Dueño, and good afternoon, council members. I will be brief. Again, I'm Amanda Bull, Special Assistant for Planning and Science at the Council. Chris Klyer, the Council's Executive Fellow, and I will be tag teaming this short update for you. So if you could put just the slides up, we just have a few to kind of help demonstrate what we're going to be talking about today. And while they're doing that, I will start talking or continue. So in my role, my primary responsibility is coordination of the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, also known as DPIC, which brings together 18 state and federal agencies with a role in implementing the Delta Plan. The Council established DPIC after adoption of the Delta Plan in 2013 and continues to coordinate and oversee its activities as required by the Delta Reform Act. DPIC strives to facilitate Delta Plan implementation through collaboration in support of shared national, statewide, and local goals for the Delta, and crafts agendas that highlight the interconnections of the Delta Plan with initiatives, plans, or programs of DPIC agencies. DPIC explores opportunities to align agencies' actions in the Delta watershed, showcases DPIC agencies' achievements, and guides actions to address pressing issues affecting Delta Plan implementation. And we do all of this through convening meetings 3 times a year to focus in depth on specific topics and undertake issue-specific initiatives that only multi-agency collaboration can address. So before I provide a preview of the March 28th DPIC meeting, I'd like to welcome Chris to share an update on one such DPIC initiative. And you can also move to the next slide while Chris turns on his camera.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Amanda. So I'm Chris Klyer. I'm the Council's 2021 to 2022 Executive Fellow. And during my fellowship, I'm supporting DPIC activities. And so I'm excited to be here today to kind of provide an update on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee. So the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, which is called for by the proposed Delta Plan Chapter 4 Ecosystem Amendment, aims to identify and implement strategies for reducing barriers to landscape scale restoration. And this restoration subcommittee was created during the October 18th, 2021 DPIC meeting, where they endorsed the creation of the subcommittee. The subcommittee has so far held 2 meetings, and these were held in January and March 2022. And these focused on the creation of a vision and goals statement for the subcommittee. The subcommittee then adopted this draft vision statement, goals, and objectives at its March 14th meeting, pending endorsement by DPIC at its March 28th meeting. The vision statement reads, as you can see on the screen, the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee envisions a Delta ecosystem that supports the mosaic of natural and human communities, is resilient to stressors, adapts to change, and is accessible for recreation. The goals detailed within these are Goal 1, to increase interagency collaboration to streamline restoration implementation. Goal 2, to identify opportunities in restoration planning and long-term management efforts. Goal 3, to increase transparency and coordination around existing, new, and needed restoration funding. And Goal 4, to provide forums for meaningful community participation in Delta restoration efforts. So as I mentioned, the vision and goal statement will be presented at the March 28th DPIC meeting for endorsement by DPIC. And upon DPIC endorsement, the subcommittee will begin to develop a work plan for the rest of 2022 and 2023. Now I'll pass it back to Amanda to provide a preview of the March 28th DPIC meeting.
Thank you, Chris. And so, yeah, the first DPIC meeting of the year is Monday, March 28th. The primary focus of this meeting is cross-estuary collaboration with a panel moderated by San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission Executive Director Larry Goldspan and featuring San Francisco Estuary Partnership Executive Director Caitlin Sweeney. This item will provide an overview of the draft updated estuary blueprint and highlight projects that both implement the Delta Plan and have cross-estuary connections. And panelists include Caitlin Sweeney, Delta lead scientist Dr. Laurel Larson, Moy Moreno Rivera, Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice at the California Natural Resources Agency, Campbell Ingram, Executive Officer of the Delta Conservancy, and Letitia Grenier, who is with the San Francisco Estuary Institute. And as Chris mentioned, DPIC will also hear an update on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee and will be asked to endorse the subcommittee's vision, goals, and objectives. Next on the agenda, Dr. Larson will present a second time, joined by Delta Science Program Manager Karen Kafitz. And together they will present the motivation behind and strategy for a series of salinity management workshops. The workshops will begin a collaborative visioning process for salinity management in the face of sea level rise and extended drought conditions, and will include a scenario development exercise. So the DPIC members will be asked to suggest particular climate impacts or salinity management scenarios that they would like workshop participants to consider, and to reflect on what efforts their agencies are currently engaged in that might be synergistic with the workshop. Finally, a council program manager, Martina Kohler, will present highlights from the 2021 performance measures year-end review, which are also available on the council's website. So again, the DPIC meeting is this next Monday from 1 to 3 p.m. The agenda and Zoom link are available on the council's website and has also been sent to all of the council members. And I want to give a big thanks to Supervisor Natoli for chairing this month's meeting. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? I also want to thank you, Councilmember Natoli, for stepping up and chairing this next DPIC meeting. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Looking forward to it. The staff is so well organized, as you know, Virginia. Amanda and Chris and folks are very competent, capable. I'm sure we'll have a good meeting and some good report out for our April meeting from the DPIC. So
wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you. Beck, is there any public comment before we move on?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is not.
Okay. We will now move on to the Executive Officer's report. And for that, we have Miss Jessica Pearson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will try to keep today's report brief, but I do have a few items of note. I have one covered action update to report. You'll remember from last month that the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency submitted a certification of consistency with the Delta Plan on January 27th for their Yolo Bypass East Levee project. The project seeks to reduce the overall flood risk to the city of West Sacramento by making structural modifications to segments of the Yolo Bypass East Levee. The project's public review and appeal period closed on February 28th with no appeals filed, so the project can now proceed to implementation. On behalf of the council, staff sent out one comment letter since we last met together. The letter in your packet was sent to Reclamation District number 756 regarding the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Bolden Island Levee Reclamation Project. This project will rehabilitate approximately 22,000 linear feet of levee along the McCullum River on Bolden Island to meet the Department of Water Resources Bulletin 19282 levee standards. The letter states that the project appears to meet the definition of a covered action. We outline relevant Delta Plan policies, and we encourage the district to meet with the council in early consultation. We'll keep you updated on the project as it progresses. Quickly, in personnel announcements, we have one promotion and two new hires to announce. Eva Bush was promoted to Environmental Program Manager in the Planning and Performance Division's Regulatory Review Unit. Eva has been a valued contributor to both the Delta Science Program and the Planning Division for several years, and we're excited to welcome her into this new role. Eva is going to be coordinating the council's regulatory review functions, including covered action reviews, appeals, maintenance and updates of our appeals procedures, and coordination of rulemaking efforts. Eva will also contribute to ongoing long-range planning activities that we engage in, including Delta Adapts. Congratulations to Eva. Stephen Elzer joins the Delta Science Program's Adaptive Management Unit. Stephen is an environmental scientist who recently received his PhD from Arizona State University. In his dissertation, Stephen used interdisciplinary methods to study how ecosystem services are perceived and prioritized when making plans for long-term climate resilience in urban settings. Stephen will continue to support climate resilience in his work with the council by helping with the ecosystem components of our Delta Adapts adaptation strategy, co-developing a paper on the Adapting Restoration to a Changing Climate Symposium that we held in February, and planning scenario workshops for salinity management actions in the face of severe drought and sea level rise. So welcome to Stephen. Finally, Annie Merritt is rejoining the council as an environmental scientist with the Planning and Performance Division. Now, this is a great success story because Annie previously served for 2 years as our Civic Spark Climate Fellow with the council, where she supported the Delta Adapts Vulnerability Assessment. Her Civic Spark capstone project involved preparing a climate vulnerability assessment for the city of West Sacramento and collaborating with the city to host a public workshop that was held jointly by the council and the city. Annie is going to be based in the Ecosystem Land Use and Science Integration Unit and is going to be working on several council projects, including the proposed Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment and of course, Delta Adapts. I want to bring to your attention that in your packet this month, you have an outreach highlights report and also an active projects list. That's also available online for members of the public to review. And if you have any questions, please let me know. We do not have a legal update today or a legislative update, although there is a list of bills we are tracking available in your packet. And then just a quick look ahead to what remains on our agenda. Thank you for your patience. First, the council will consider amending my delegation of authority to award and execute contracts on the council's behalf. And then after the lead scientist report, Dr. Laurel Larson will recommend 3 appointments to the Delta Independent Science Board for the council's consideration and action. And with that, I conclude my executive officer's report. Madam Vice Chair.
Great, thank you so much, Jessica. Are there any questions of Jessica and her staff report? I actually just want to say congratulations to Eva, Stephen, and Annie. That's sounds great. Super excited to get to. I'm hoping that I can meet a lot of these staff members when we get to finally
soon.
So again, congratulations to all of them. And again, Jessica, as always, thank you for your due diligence and always bringing so much to the table. Truly appreciate it. Beck, are there any public comments on the executive officer's report?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there are not.
Okay, we will now move on to item 11. Consideration of and possible delegation of authority to approve ministerial amendments for agreements and increase of delegated authority to award and execute agreements. Jessica again.
Okay, thank you. It's me again. This is an action item. The executive officer's delegated authority to award and execute contracts, grant amendments, task orders, and interagency agreements on the council's behalf is currently set at $500,000. This limit was established during the initial forming of the council in 2010 and has not been adjusted since that time. So today I am seeking the council's approval on modifying 2 aspects of that delegation. The first would be to increase the executive officer's delegated authority in this respect to $750,000. And the second aspect would be to authorize the executive officer to enter into and execute ministerial amendments on the council's behalf, which do not substantively amend the scope of work or extend the contract term or increase the total amount for the mechanisms and agreements that would exceed $750,000. So doing so, we would result in greater administrative and operational efficiency for our agency, but also retain the council's authority to review and approve larger, more significant contracts and their substantive amendments. Furthermore, the proposed delegation would not change the current requirement for the executive officer to bring to the council unusual, significant, or highly controversial matters. And consistent with current practice, staff will continue to keep the council apprised on contracting matters by providing the council and the public with a quarterly contract report. So that concludes my presentation, and I would welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions of Jessica?
Is the motion appropriate?
Madam Chair.
excuse me.
I was going to say I will so move on the proposed delegation if we can do that now.
Okay, it's been,
Second,
okay, moved by Councilmember Zingale, second by Councilmember Judge Damrell. Any other discussion? If not, we will take a roll call. Beck, sorry, I'm going to do the roll call, not you, Beck.
I think we need to take public comment.
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's take some public comment first. Beck, is there any public?
There is no public comment, Madam Vice Chair.
Yeah, I could read minds.
That's scary.
We will now take roll call and we'll start with Judge Damrell.
aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Moranian.
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Singali.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Motion approved. Thank you,
Thank you
Judge.
so much.
We will now move on to item number 12, which is our lead scientist report. And of course, we always enjoy hearing from Dr. Larson. Dr. Larson. Here.
Thank you, Chair Medueno, and welcome to Council Member Lee. I look forward to an opportunity to meet you soon. Congratulations. I'm going to have a highly abbreviated lead scientist report today, given the length of the hearing earlier and the action item that is next on the agenda. So next month I will resume with my research spotlight, but not have one this month. So just a brief recap of some of the ongoing activities within the science program. The first thing I wanted to do is follow up on the science action agenda. So after considering and addressing comments from the public review period, including those from the Delta Independent Science Board, the draft 2022 to 2026 science action on the draft 2022 to 2026 science action agenda, the science program staff are now working with the Office of State Publishing to produce the final document. That document is scheduled to be released on Earth Day, which is April 22nd of 2022. And that document will be presented for possible endorsement by the council at its April 28th meeting. So this is an exciting development. It represents the culmination of a lot of work by Delta Science Program staff in a highly engaged process, a process of a high level of community engagement over the past 2 years. So thanks to everyone who contributed comments for staff to consider. I'll point out that in your packet, there is a detailed report out on the Adapting Restoration for a Changing Climate Symposium. Because I provided comments on that last month, I won't be covering it in my oral report today, but it's a quite detailed report out in your packet. One of the products that the Delta Science Program has been working to produce that is nearing its public launch is the Delta Science Tracker. This is an online tool that will organize and communicate information about all science activities within the Delta. So it will contain an inventory of science activities with details related to funding amounts, who is funding the work, who's collaborating on the work, and what are the management linkages for each activity. Such as what are the science actions in the science action agenda that each of those activities speaks to. Products and outputs related to each project, including reports, publications, and links to project data, will also be available on each activity page. So this is a tool that's really going to streamline our ability to track products generated from different funding sources, including the council, and allow for visualization of different categories of funding investments at a glance. We're really excited for its launch, which we anticipate in late spring 2022. And I will say that if you're interested in hearing a more detailed discussion on the Delta Science Tracker, you can visit the Delta Stewardship Council's Instagram page and navigate to Instagram TV, because last month during the Delta Lead Scientist Ask Me Anything, I engaged in a conversation with the science program's Maggie Chrisman, who's been leading the effort from the science program, as well as Clint Alexander of ESSA Technologies, who have been working to develop the technology behind the tracker. Both of those people co-hosted that episode of The Lead Scientist Ask Me Anything with me, and it was just a really great conversation about how this science tracker came to be and what it will provide to the community. Just flagging for you that the next Ask Me Anything will occur on March 28th. That's Monday at noon, also on Instagram Live, with a focus on the Delta Independent Science Board. And this is timed to be consistent with the release of the science program's assessment of the Delta Independent Science Board. Joining me as co-hosts will be Lauren Hastings from the Delta Science Program and Lisa Wanger from the Independent Science Board. She's the chair-elect of the Independent Science Board. So you can join that Ask Me Anything by logging into Instagram and visiting the Delta Council's site at noon on Monday. A few other items on your radar. The Delta Governance Brown Bag webinar series is continuing, and I want to thank Don Natoli for participating in the first webinar on March 1st of 2022, which focused on environmental governance. He was one member of a panel of 4 speakers that represented academic and government settings, including Carl Wilcox from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Mark Lubell from UC Davis, and Kaylee Allen from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It was a great conversation. The recording is now available online. And the second webinar is coming up next month, April 13th, and that will focus on collaborative governance and highlight how partnerships and decentralized structures and processes are being used by government and non-government personnel to influence decision-making. So there's a registration link for that in your packet. Another ongoing activity, which today is the last day of, is the Interagency Ecological Program Workshop, which took place from Tuesday to Thursday of this week. So it's still going on as we speak. This featured speakers, interactive training on statistical analysis and synthesis, poster sessions, and a mentoring luncheon, all intended to help support improved IEP monitoring and science. There was an emphasis in the workshop this year on early career scientists and managers, and there was a great session on Tuesday highlighting the work of previous classes of Delta Science Fellows. And I highly recommend that you go back and look at the recording of that session. There was also another great session on Tuesday related to science findings relevant to drought in the Delta. And then the afternoon session on Tuesday featured lightning talks on a variety of subjects and also a poetry slam. Wednesday featured training on software and tools used in performing synthesis and drawing conclusions from long-term data sets. All of the recordings will be available online soon and accessible until June 30th of this year. So I mentioned Delta Science Fellows in my discussion of the IEP workshop. And just as a reminder, this is a program, a funding program that the council administers for master's students, PhD students, and postdoctoral fellows to provide 2 years of funding and also mentorship on work that advances our science action agenda that is relevant to the Delta. There was a deadline for which candidates needed to submit a notice of intent to apply on February 28th. And I'm happy to report that we received 40 notices of intent, which is a substantial increase over past years. So we're hoping all of those notices of intent result in proposals, and we're busy assembling review panels in the background and also trying to connect potential fellows with community mentors who are people who use science in the application of regulations or planning within the Delta. And so we've been in a process of trying to identify potential community mentors and match them up topically with students. A couple of other seminars and workshops that are coming up on the agenda are a modeling summit that we are planning for August which is intended to launch a virtual collaboratory. This is a term that not a lot of people are familiar with, but it's basically a virtual center that facilitates the use, reproducibility, and transparency of models. The ISB has long recommended that such a center become established because the problems that we're facing in the Delta are increasingly multivariable and large in scale that require integration of different types of models used by different agencies in a way that produces reproducible results and embraces transparency for the community. So there are more details in your packet, and I will talk about this more in upcoming lead scientist reports, but there's active planning underway for this summit. The other thing that I've talked about at length before is the planning that's underway for a Delta-wide collaborative salinity management workshop. And that is coming up. Registration is now available online. The first workshop in this series of workshops will take place April 26th through 27th. And just as a reminder, this workshop embraces the challenge of figuring out how to manage salinity in the Delta during extended drought conditions and under long-term sea level rise. And to do so by looking across a suite of management alternatives, including both nature-based solutions and traditional engineering solutions. And there's potentially demand regulation or demand adjustment of demand as another potential solution, but looking at what the trade-offs of these possible management solutions will be on human and ecological communities within the Delta. So finally, I have a by the numbers report. I don't think there will be any surprises here. Currently, the snow water equivalent in northern and central Sierra snowpack is at 46% and 55% of what it typically is at this time of year. Our reservoir levels are around the same percentage of the 20-year average, with Shasta at 49%, Oroville at 67%, and the San Luis Reservoir at 52%. Flows in our rivers are also quite low. The Sacramento River at Freeport is at 37% of its typical flow for this time of year, its 20-year average. And the San Joaquin is at 15%. Diversions through the State Water Project and Central Valley Project are currently at 26% of the long-term average. And I think you've all seen the news lately that allocations through the State Water Project and Central Valley Project have been shifted downward again to 5%. So that concludes my lead scientist report, and I would ask if there is public comment before we proceed to the next item, or comment from any board members, council members.
Any questions of Dr. Larson? No.
Just a PowerPoint presentation. I tell you, she gets a lot into just a few minutes. So anyway, all you ever want to know about science and more. So good job, Laura.
Yes, absolutely. And I so appreciate you sharing by the numbers with us. I just had a brief conversation yesterday with a farmer here locally. And, you know, it was said earlier in the meeting, and he said it, the farmer said it to me last night too. And he said, you know, we just live in, the world is a different place right now. And we here in, especially here in the Valley, truly recognize that our world has shifted. And as a farmer, he knows that there's got to be a lot more give than take. And so just hearing the allocations and again, the readjustment, I think that these are conversations that we need to have as, you know, members of this council, and continue to have those conversations with, you know, key stakeholders, because we're all in this together. And it's not just a one-way street. We all have to find ways of, you know, how we can coexist, and just working with you, Dr. Larson, and the science that you bring forward, and sharing. So again, as Councilmember Natoli just said, we so thank you and welcome every and all presentation that you share with us and the knowledge and wisdom you bring to the seat. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, Beck, is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is none.
Okay, we will, this is an information item. We're now going to move on to item 13, and it is the appointment of members to the Delta Independent Science Board. And again, Dr. Larson.
That is me again. And Beck, could you please bring up the slide presentation that I've prepared for this? So today I'm happy to present our nomination of 3 new members to the Delta Independent Science Board. Next slide, please. And I'm just going to start out by providing some context from the Delta Reform Act. The Delta Reform Act stipulates that members of the Delta Independent Science Board shall be nationally or internationally prominent scientists with appropriate expertise to evaluate the broad range of scientific programs that support adaptive management of the Delta. The members should be truly independent. They shall not be directly affiliated with a program or agency subject to the review activities of the Delta Independent Science Board. Next slide. Just to review the role of the Delta Independent Science Board, the Delta Reform Act stipulates that the ISB shall provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management in the Delta through periodic reviews of each of those programs. And the Delta Independent Science Board has interpreted this mandate to indicate that they will be periodically reviewing important topical areas rather than individual agencies. So some examples of recent reviews and products include the Delta Non-Native Species Review, the Monitoring Enterprise Review, which is currently with the state printers, and the Water Supply Reliability Review. Their previous reviews have included topics such as adaptive management. That is one of their most influential reviews. And they also produce additional products such as memos to the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, which have included recommendations to really rethink our science governance structure so that it is better suited to deal with the rapid climate change that we are experiencing in the Delta, and that Madam Chair Medueno referred to in her remarks just previously. Next slide. The ISB consists of 10 members with 5-year terms that are renewable once. So there's a 10-year maximum possible period of service that individual ISB members can have. There's one current vacancy that resulted from the resignation of Dr. Jim Klern last year. And additionally, 2 current members will be term limiting out by November of 2022. And so for efficiency and long-range planning, I conducted a search for 3 members simultaneously with the idea that 1 member would start as soon as possible with an effective date of June 1st, and the other 2 members would start on November 1st of 2022. So there's a broad range of expertise on the board reflecting Delta issues, including hydrology, water quality, ecology, and social sciences. And based on independent science board member recommendations and the expertise of outgoing members, our recruitment process targeted expertise in ecotoxicology, water resources, algal or invasive species ecology, and climate science. And I realize that I've been referring to our recruitment. I should back up a little bit and say that the Delta Reform Act tasks the Delta lead scientists with providing a recommendation to the council of members to be appointed to the Independent Science Board. And the way that this has been done in the past and the way that I arrived at this recommendation in the present was to convene a search committee. Next slide. That search committee consisted of staff from the Delta Science Program and also the U.S. Geological Survey. It was 6 members on the recruitment committee. And we conducted a broad advertisement of these vacancies, as well as targeted outreach for those positions. And so just as a few examples, the notice was distributed via the council listserv, the National Society of Black Engineers, the International Association for Society and Natural Resources, Association of Women in Water, Energy, and the Environment. And we also reached out to individual members that current ISB board members thought could potentially be good fits for these positions on the board. Overall, we posted or advertised to 18 organizations and targeted a diverse candidate pool. We received 10 applications for the 3 positions, and based on an assessment of qualifications from the curriculum vitae, letters of application, and references that each of the candidates named, we selected 5 candidates for interviews. And members of the search committee interviewed those candidates, and then we arrived at a consensus decision for 3 candidates to recommend to the council. Next slide, please. So I am pleased to present these 3 candidates to you. The first candidate is Dr. Jayantha Obesekera, who is currently the director of the Sea Level Solutions Center at Florida International University. He brings very deep and broad expertise with water resource systems. He has spent a large portion of his career working on collaborative modeling that has been used in the Kissimmee River restoration, the Everglades restoration, and operations of Lake Okeechobee in South Florida. He has a lot of expertise, not just in modeling, but also in really understanding and evaluating implications of climate change. So he brings valuable water resources and hydrodynamics expertise to the board. The second candidate that we are recommending is Dr. Anna Michalik, who is currently director of the Department of Global Ecology in the Carnegie Institute for Science, which is co-located with Stanford University. She has expertise that really spans 2 areas. She is a climate scientist who works on cycling and emissions of greenhouse gases, but she also has developed very deep expertise in how climate change impacts inland and coastal water quality, including harmful algal blooms. One of her most cited works was in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, and was a paper that looked at root causes of harmful algal blooms in Lake Erie. The third candidate that I'm presenting to you today is Dr. Inga Werner, who recently retired as director of the Swiss Center for Applied Ecotoxicology, a position that she held for over a decade after spending 15 years of her career at UC Davis and conducting ecotoxicological research in the Delta. So her expertise is on toxicology itself, but also conducting risk and impact assessments in aquatic and terrestrial environments. She's done a lot of work with agricultural communities in Switzerland, and will bring a valuable focus on water quality and its impacts to the board. So I am happy to answer any questions about these 3 candidates. I'll say that the staff report contains additional details about their background, but I hope you will endorse these candidates for appointment to the Independent Science Board.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Larson. Incredibly impressed with these individuals that you have brought forward. Are there any questions of Dr. Larson on this item? Any questions, comments?
Virginia, this is Don. I would just join you, and certainly, the tremendous expertise and talent that they bring to complement the other members of the independent science panel, and just appreciate reading about them, and certainly to see their pictures and to hear a little bit of description as Dr. Larson has done. And if I recall, was Dr. Werner, has she not done work with the council some years ago, Laurel?
That predates me. I wouldn't be surprised because she has done extensive work in the Delta. But I don't know the details,
Okay.
and I don't know the extent.
She looks very familiar, and as I
Yeah.
read some of the background, it seemed to me that in the early years, going back 10, 12 years ago, but thought I recalled. But anyway, just exquisitely talented additions to the science panel. I know it's so critical and key to learning more about, all aspects of the Delta, and helping to inform certainly this council and other work that's going on, certainly at the commission and servicing level. And I think just generally bringing tremendous focus and talent from around the world, which is it's very impressive. So anyway, congratulations, kudos. I'm looking forward to meeting them.
Let me thank Dr. Larson. I mean, they're obviously very impressive people. So with her imprimatur, that's good enough for me, because they're obviously very, very qualified people in a variety of disciplines. And we should be thankful to Dr. Larson for her ability to find these folks and put them on the nominees to the ISB.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge Damrell. I'm thrilled. I was thrilled with the candidate pool, and I'm thrilled with these nominees. I think they will bring a lot of energy and passion and relevant experience to the board. One thing I didn't say earlier is that Dr. Obisekara was on a previous National Academies review panel for the Delta. So he has a lot of familiarity already with the challenges that we face in the Delta. And that experience really whetted his appetite to learn more about the Delta and serve in this capacity.
Wonderful. And I love that we have two women.
Yes.
Not that plays a role here, but I just love that we have at least two more women. So thank you. Okay, well, if
I move the nominations.
Oh, let me ask for public comment first, Judge, and then we'll take your. Okay, Beck, is there any public comment?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is not.
Okay, at this point, we will take the motion to appoint Dr. I want to say their names correctly. Is it Dr. Obisekara, Dr. Anna Michalak, and Dr. Inga Werner as members of the Delta Independent Science Board for a 5-year term. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judge Damrell, Councilmember Damrell, and second by Councilmember Lee. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Judge Damrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Moranian. I think she may have already left. Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingali.
Aye.
And myself is aye. Unanimous vote. Thank you, Dr. Larson. And again, please extend a sincere congratulations on behalf of this council for these 3 amazing new scientists that we get to work with. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you for your endorsement.
Absolutely. Okay, we now will be concluding with our next council meeting is actually scheduled for April 28th, 2022 in the CNRA headquarters building, which is located at 715 P Street in Sacramento. The meeting will also be accessible remotely via Zoom. And please refer to the posting of the notice 10 days before the meeting. And might I remind everybody that this will be our first in-person meeting unless something changes. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you finally in person, and of course to our newest edition. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person as well. Thank you to all the staff.
What is the date?
Oh, sorry, April the 28th, Judge.
Great.
Again, I just want to thank everybody who's still with us. It's been a long, arduous meeting, but it was well worth our time, our energy, and our efforts sitting for such a long period of time. Again, I can't thank all of you for all of your dedicated time and service. So until next time.
Good job to our chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody.